You even have someone that's gonna take the Nclex in when is that one? January. I see. Okay. All right. Since the Zoom meeting would only limit for 100 people, I think we are being live streamed right now. I think, are we in YouTube right now? We might be in YouTube right now for live streaming. In case you guys are not able to access the link, since this only limits for 100 participants right now. All right. So PHRNs, whether you're PHRN, whether you're USRN, it's okay. We do have opportunities for you. Okay. And allow us to introduce ourselves as well, mainly as a company. We are Powerhouse America. We are a direct hire nurse recruitment agency that is primarily based and licensed here in San Antonio, Texas, USA. Okay, so we will be joined shortly by our Chief Operations Officer to talk about our background as Powerhouse America and how we come up with this business model and a recruitment agency. And later on, we'll also be joined by no less than the CEO of Powerhouse America, Attorney Arlene G. Painagan. Now, Powerhouse America, as you probably have known, either you were a reviewee from Powerhouse before, or you probably saw some ads, or you were probably recommended by word of mouth from one nurse friend to the other. So primarily, we are a direct hire nurse recruitment agency. That basically means that, okay, we are not the one petitioning for the nurses. We are not gonna be the employer of the nurses. Instead, we are the bridge between our Filipino nurses directly to the hospitals here in the United States. Therefore, okay, the opportunities we're presenting here is quite unique because 99% of agencies would be staffing agencies. Okay, but here comes Powerhouse America, one of the very few that are considered as direct hire agency. With that, the US hospital will be the one primarily petitioning the nurses, spending all the expenses for the nurses, and even part of the expenses for their families as well. And that same hospital employer will also be the workplace who you will be working for, or basically your employer. You directly report to the hospital. You do not report to Powerhouse. Powerhouse America is not your employer, but again, the US hospital that is willing to petition Filipino nurses. And why do hospital love Filipino nurses? Well, we're very skilled, we're very educated, and they do love our caring and work ethic. When it comes to work, we always love to work. We always love to do overtime. And the work that we do, it's just so smooth. It's perfect. It has the caring aspect of nursing. And that really what makes Filipino nurses world class. All right. Okay, sorry. Okay, I was muted. There you go. I think it was because of the modification in the Zoom. All right. So we should be able to get more participants in the Zoom. And again, we're live stream here. That's what's majority of our audience will be at the live stream. But all right, okay. Filipino nurses are known to be world class aside from their good training, very high educational attainment as a bachelor's degree instead of the typical 2 years or 3 years of nursing program here in the US. We all go through the same bachelor's degree of nursing in the Philippines. And we go into these different hospital areas in the hospital. We do didactics in the OR, in the DR. I do remember those days. And on top of that, we're fluent when it comes to speaking the English language. That's one thing that they love about Filipino nurses. And most importantly, we're one of the most caring nurses in the world. We have that integrity to keep. And that's basically our leverage in asking these hospital nurses to seek more of us, Filipino nurses. All right, but I guess we are all here with the same question. How do I get there in the United States? How do I and my family, through Powerhouse America and Powerhouse America's partner hospitals, get there to the United States as permanent residents or as immigrants? All right, so allow me to share to you my slide right now. Okay, I hope I'm not muted anymore. There you go. All right, so if you're probably thinking about moving to the United States, later on, we'll present to you what are our partner hospitals, what are the specifics in their contracts. We will be transparent to you. There's nothing to sign for to seek information. You don't need to have a contract with us just to seek this information. We're giving this for free. Okay. So basically, there you have two types of recruitment agency. One is the so-called direct hire, the other one is a staffing agency. Now you could take a look at a lot of YouTube videos about this. But what basically is the main difference? Well, there's a lot of variations. There's a lot of difference between a staffing and a direct hire agency. But basically, the main difference is that in a direct hire agency, okay, agency, I'm talking about the agency, okay, not the hospital. In a direct hire agency, okay, the nurse, okay, is being petitioned by the hospital. The nurse is an employee of the hospital. In a staffing agency, the nurse is not an employee of the hospital. The nurse is not petitioned by the hospital, but the nurse is petitioned and under the employment of the staffing agency. So therefore, the big difference there is who is the nurse working for? In that entire duration of the contract, who is the nurse employed under? Who will petition the nurse? Direct hire agency, it will be the hospitals. Staffing agencies, it will be the staffing agency themselves. All right. Now, don't get it confused with direct hire process. Okay? When you say direct hire process, that means you're basically going, okay, to the hospital without the need for an agency. That means you're processing for your visa without any agency, but you're doing it directly to the hospital. Okay, that's direct hire process. But when you say direct hire agency, you have an agency, but it still works the same way. You are still going to be doing it directly to the hospital. Now, what's the role of the agency there? Well, the role of the agency is for both, okay, to make sure that both parties honors the agreement. So for example, okay, one of the things a lot of people point out about direct hire agencies would be, well, it's scary because what if the hospital backs out? True. Okay, what if the hospital decides to cancel the petition because they have found another candidate? Will the nurse be able to go after the hospital? Well, if the nurse is in the Philippines, it's not. If the nurse is in the Philippines and the nurse is not in the United States, well, basically, there's no jurisdiction. The nurse could not legally go or demand to the hospital for such breach of contract. However, with the presence of an agency that's going to be in between the hospital and the nurse will be secured because the hospital will have a contract with the agency. Okay, the agency will also have a separate contract with the nurse. It's not an employment contract, it's just a memorandum of agreement. But basically, okay, the agency will be there to secure the nurses so that the hospital honors, okay, what is stipulated in the contract. Now, again, that's the main difference. But let's go back, okay? What is the main purpose of this presentation? Well, the purpose of this presentation is basically to give you an insight on how we Powerhouse America do give the best contracts for direct hire by U.S. hospitals. And again, I would like to stress, we are not a staffing agency. Okay, we're going to be talking about these things right here: location, salary rate, full benefits, contract duration, the pre and post arrival services. We're going to be talking about these things in detail. Okay, you could watch a lot of YouTube, and usually those are like the broader or the general aspects of it. Both staffing and direct hire agencies do provide benefits, but what they don't tell you is that the benefits are different. And that is something that I'm going to showcase to you in my presentation. I'll give you like an insight as to how different is the salary and the benefits of a direct hire nurse and that of a staffing agency nurse. And also, not to be biased, we will also give the insights as to what are the advantage and disadvantage of doing it either ways, either through a direct hire or staffing agencies. Well, it boils down to the recruitment process nowadays here in the US. Okay, you have the nurse, you have the staffing agency, and you have the US hospital. So this is what is happening right now. Okay, before, there used to be a lot of nurses, and hospitals were happy because they have enough staff to make sure that the nurse-patient ratio are well kept within the standards. What happened is, okay, for example, okay, there's a US hospital. I mean, I think this is all of the hospitals right now. They used to have a lot of nurses, but they're starting to lose them. And this was going on in the last 10 years and is also expected to continue in the last 10 to 15 years. All right. According to the American Nurses Association, by the year 2030, the US will still be short of more than 1 million nurses. That's despite increasing enrollment in nurses, increasing the visa grants for working or immigrant visas from all over the world. The US will still, according to statistics by the American Nurse Association, the US will still be short of nurses nowadays until 2030. So what happens? Well, you got the baby boomers, they're retiring. Okay, they lose those staff. Then career change. Some nurses go into medical school. Some nurses would advance, get their degrees and become a nurse practitioner. So basically, they get out of bedside setting. Okay, some nurse would go into entrepreneurship, for example. Now, a big chunk also of that is a very vast resignation of nurses. A lot of nurses nowadays opt out from hospital setting, from being a regular employee of the hospital to becoming a travel nurse. And this is what happened, especially during the pandemic. Because during the pandemic, when the nursing shortage was really seen at its worst, hospitals were grabbing nurses from each other. They're willing to pay more, 5 times or 6 times the usual pay just to get nurses. Because during the pandemic, no one would really want to care for COVID patients. It was really hard to find nurses. Even if you have a fresh supply of graduate nurses, even if you have a fresh supply of immigrant nurses coming all over the world, still, there is just not enough supply to fill the gap. So this is what was happening even during the pandemic, even until today. You have fewer staff nurses that are directly employed to the hospital because nurses keeps on leaving. Now what happens? Well, some of these nurses would be burnt out eventually because the staff nurses would say, this is a lot of work. I'm thinking about a career shift change. I'm thinking about retiring. I'm thinking about travel nursing. So imagine you keep on losing nurses in this process. And eventually, this was a very good opportunity for staffing agencies. They saw the very high demand and a very steady supply of nurses to the United States. So what does the staffing agency do? They supply nurses to these hospitals to augment the nursing shortage. Now, I put there in a orange colored nurse right there because they're not the same as your typical or staff nurse. Because again, they're not employed by the hospital, they're employed by the agency. They're just there to fill the temporary gaps. That means they don't have a commitment to the hospital, a long-term commitment to the hospital. Their commitment is with the staffing agency. So staffing agencies would fill out nurses until it looks like, okay, we're able to come up with a solution. However, this solution is temporary and is a band-aid in nature. Why? Because, eventually those immigrant nurses that they have employed eventually leave the hospital at the moment their contract ends. So the first nurses that were deployed in that hospital, these nurses that were first deployed, would now leave and seek a greener pasture, work for another hospital, work for someone that pays higher, work for someone that gets better benefits. And there's again a very big gap to fill. And the hospital again would be short of nurses until you got staff nurses and you also have staffing agency nurses left. But there is still a shortage right there. Like I said, it was just a band-aid or a temporary solution. Now, what happens is the staffing agency supplies more and more nurses, and then eventually, again, those other or older nurses that were deployed there will leave. The question is, why do these nurses keep on leaving? If you're an immigrant nurse, if you're from the Philippines, for example, like us, why is a big portion of these staffing agency nurses leave? And they all have one thing in common. They complain about unfair and unjust labor practices. They realize that they are the lowest paid nurse in the hospital. They don't enjoy the same benefits, not even half of what a regular nurse should get as a benefit. They're into a long predatory contract that would seek them to work for 3.5 or 4 years. Otherwise, they would have to buy out their contract and pay $30,000, $40,000, and they're placed in a remote area. If you are an immigrant, we think about the United States as, oh, Statue of Liberty, Golden Gate Bridge, the Grand Canyon, Las Vegas. We're thinking about these major cities. But where do a lot of these staffing agencies nurses go? They're not usually placed in a metro because that's where everyone in the US wants to work right now. Instead, there's a very big proportion of these immigrant nurses going to remote areas in the country, even areas that I have not even heard of before. These are far-flung remote areas in the mountainous or even in the desert. These could be areas by the border, because really no one wants to live in those areas in the US. Now, you got a lot of staffing agency nurses filling the gap. They realize that this is not the life that they dreamed of. This is basically not the American dream. And so they leave, and they keep on leaving. So that's the problem right there. The green one right there that I'm showing you, okay, the nurses on green, are the travel nurses. Okay, when you say travel nurses, it's different because they're not immigrants. Basically, they're here in the US. They could be US citizens already. But the unique thing about them is that they're contractual nurses. Okay, if it was in a job, if it was in the Philippines, this would be your job order nurses. Now, they usually have a contract for 3 months only, or 4 months only. All right. So what happens there is that, okay, sorry, that was not shared. Okay. All right. So what happens there is that, okay, you have these green nurses right there. Okay, they're travel nurses. The orange ones are the immigrant nurses, and the regular colored one is the staff nurse. So as immigrant nurse, they start to compare themselves. Okay, look at this. Okay, staff nurses, they're paid higher than us, and they have more benefits than I do. And here comes travel nurses. Imagine you meet someone, they're paid to do the same stuff as you do, but they get paid 5 times or 6 times more than you make a living. If you're an agency nurse, for example, if you're earning $28 an hour, imagine meeting someone that's paid $120 an hour, and that's your coworker. What happens to the morale of the immigrant nurse? The morale will be so low. Doesn't get enough benefits, the lowest paid nurse in that facility or hospital. And what will happen? Eventually, these immigrant nurses that were supposed to be the solution would eventually leave, right? They would eventually leave, and they will go to a hospital that would that would give them better pay, full benefits. So the nursing shortage right there really doesn't stop. It's just a long, unending process right there. There's a very big gap to fill. Okay, you keep on giving more staffing agency nurses. They always leave at the end of their contract. You supply them, but again, they keep on leaving. So this is just a band-aid solution to the nursing crisis in the United States. Now, to really solve this problem, we need to get a solution that would, make these nurses stay. That's the problem right there. We do have the supply. The supply is there. You could recruit as many nurses as you could. However, the problem right there is nurses retention. And this is not just a problem in the US. This is a worldwide problem. Okay, it's hard to keep nurses stay because of the lucrative offers of what other hospitals may be offering. So it's just, again, a band-aid solution. It's an unending problem to the nursing shortage. Then you hire more travel nurses. The morale of the staff nurse, not just the immigrant nurse, but the staff nurse would also be low. Why? They're taking care of the highest acuity. In the Nclex, it would teach you that, okay, floaters, travel nurses, okay, those that are not really core staff of the hospital, they should be the one taking care of the more stable patients, the chronic patients, okay, patients that does not have an acute injury. Okay, here comes this regular staff nurses overworked. Okay, and eventually they're gonna be burned out. and the problem will get worse. The retention problem of nurses will get worse in the US, and that is expected all throughout at least 2030. It doesn't mean that by 2030 the needs are already met, the supply is already done. No, it's again concluded that by 2030, okay, they're predicting that we're still gonna be short with 1 million nurses. Right now, we're short with 1.3 million nurses. But look at that, by 2030, it's still 1 million deficit. Now, how do we address this concern? How does Powerhouse America, okay, could be a part of what we call as the permanent solution to this problem? Okay, this is what we would like to offer to the hospitals and as well to the nurses. If this is you right there, you are a powerhouse recruit. Okay, we want you to think that eventually you're gonna be a nurse in this hospital and you are gonna be staying longer in this hospital. But how do we do that? Well, we fix, okay, the root causes of the problem: the pay, the benefits, the location, okay, things that nurses consider when migrating to the United States. Don't give them the minimum wage. Don't give them the prevailing wage. Give them the salary that they deserve based on their experience, based on their educational attainment. If they have certifications, that should be the basis of their employment, not because of a certain limit or a cut, okay, of an agency. So we want, okay, our powerhouse recruit nurses, again, they're already the direct employees of the hospital to transition into US setting as employees of the hospital. And that is just how we are gonna solve this nursing shortage. Now, what about this orange nurse right here? Again, this is the immigrant nurse, right? It could be an immigrant nurse coming from Nepal, from Mexico, from China, Korea, Philippines, because the US are trying to grab nurses, not just from the Philippines. Okay. It's just that in the Philippines, there's a lot of Filipinos migrating to the US right now because, okay, it's current for the priority date. When you learn later about the visa processing for immigrant nurses, you would appreciate that while it's current, this is the best time to process for your immigrant visa because it would only take you less than 2 years. There should be no processing that would be more than 2 years. 16 to 20 months, you're already going to be here in the US with your family members in whatever staffing agency you would go. That's the reality. That's how fast it is nowadays. Compare that to way back late 2000. I guess it was in the year 2007 and 2008. There was a retrogression. Okay, the visa processing there was not current. That means, okay, that nurses who applied before would have to wait 6 to 8 years. It could even be 10 years just to have their immigrant visa approved. Now, this day, even today and even tomorrow, it's still current. So we have to take this opportunity while it is current. We have to process for our Nclex. We have to take the Nclex, pass the Nclex, and apply for immigrant visa. It's better to apply it nowadays than wait for a retrogression. All right. Now, is there a sign for retrogression? No, and nobody could really tell if there's going to be another retrogression. Okay, but the important thing there is right now it's very fast to process for immigrant visas. As a matter of fact, President Biden last year even made a directive to increase the visas for medical or healthcare workers. Basically, they increased from like production of 800,000 visas or close to 1 million visas per year. He increased it to 1.1 million, so an additional 300,000 right there of immigrant visas, granting immigrant visas to the United States. And that's just to increase the supply, for example, of nurses here in the United States. So, okay, we have to look at this nurse right here, the immigrant nurse. Okay, how could we help that immigrant nurse? Okay, why would that nurse leave again? Because of the pay, the benefits, the location, okay, and just totally everything in the contract that they find to be unfair. The problem to that is that, okay, these nurses do have the right to report it to the authorities, to the USCIS, even to the Philippine Embassy here in the US, through the Philippine Overseas and Labor Employment, or POLO. They could report these unfair practices. Okay, they could file lawsuits about these. And as a matter of fact, this year there was a very big lawsuit about how Filipino nurses are being treated here in the United States. Now, the staffing agency could simply tell, well, That is what you have agreed when we first interviewed you, when you were still in the Philippines. You were aware of these provisions in the contract and you signed for it. Therefore, okay, you should serve the merits of this contract right now. So that would be the excuse of the staffing agency, for example. So therefore, we need to educate our Filipino nurses. Okay, what could be considered as unfair, unjust, and oppressive labor practices? That way, before they get binded into contracts by any agency, okay, be it direct hire staffing agency, okay, they would have an increased awareness on what to look for before signing any contract. Because basically, when you're signed and locked into a contract and you try to breach that contract, the problem there is, okay, your petitioner could cause a problem for you on your petitions in the future in the USCIS because you have a history of breaching a contract. And again, EB3 visa is employment-based category 3 immigrant visa. That there's an employer trying to seek employment out from you and you need to work for that employer, but the moment you wanted to breach that contract, that could be a merit, okay, that could be a reason for the staffing agency or the employer, for example, to file a deportation case for you, and you will be, okay, repatriated back to the Philippines. Now, what are the concerns of these staffing agency nurses usually? Number one is the pay. They're usually the lowest paid in the hospital. They've been a nurse for 5 years in the Philippines, another 5 years or so in the KSA, for example. They've been a nurse for 10 years. And how much do they get paid when they get here? $28, for example, $27. The most probably would be $30, $31, the most. Now, when they get here, okay, they realize that they're the lowest paid because they ask their co-workers, so how much is your salary here? Okay, well, I'm paid $28, but that nurse is a new graduate nurse that's fresh from nursing school. Here comes you. You've been a nurse for 10 years, and more or less, you have the same pay with a new graduate nurse. You kind of felt like unfair. It was unfair for you. You worked your entire career for this. You built your career for this. Okay, you're a bachelor's degree holder. This one is not. I have 10 years of experience. This one is not. However, we're paid the same. Benefits-wise, it's not the same benefits that I enjoy with this person. That person gets the full benefits and the privileges of the hospital, be it bonuses or raise. I don't, because I'm not an employee of the hospital. It would only depend on the agency. Okay, so a lot of problems arise. For example, location. Okay, yes, it's great to really know where you will be deployed in the United States, because if you want to avoid being deployed into remote areas, you better know the location of your employer or the facility at the very beginning of your application, because that's the only guarantee that you're not going anywhere else, that you're not going to be sent to far-flung areas. Okay? You probably hear terms like acute rehab hospital, nursing facility, group homes. This is where majority of immigrant nurses, okay, including the Philippines, are going to. They are usually not deployed in an acute care hospital, but instead into an acute rehab hospital. What's the difference right there? Well, we always complain, oh, I'm so tired of being a nurse in the Philippines because of the low pay, plus I'm taking care of 20 patients in the ward. 1:20 is the ratio. Well, it's the same thing if you work in an acute rehab hospital. Acute rehab hospital is basically not the real hospital with the OR and DR and the emergency room. No, it's not. It's a rehabilitation hospital. It's catering to patients who are discharged from the real hospital, and they stay there for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks before they are eventually sent home. These are patients that are still requiring intensive physical therapy. These are patients that are like post-stroke, okay? And the nurse-patient ratio there is usually higher than that of the hospital. If you're working in the acute care hospital, the nurse-patient ratio in a medical ward would be 1:5. But if you work in an acute rehab hospital, your patient ratio would be 1:15, 1:20. And now here comes the nurse complaining again. This is exactly what I complained for when I was in the Philippines, the nurse-patient ratio. Okay, so we have to know, okay, what's the difference? Well, what's the name of the facility? You do some research about the hospital that you're going to be applying for. Because in the acute care rehab hospital or in an acute rehab hospital, let's say, for example, a patient is there post-stroke complaining of shortness of breath. There's not a doctor in there 24/7. There's not even an emergency room in that rehab hospital. They basically have to call 911 to pick up the patient and bring the patient to the real hospital, to the acute care hospital. But of course, as nurses in the Philippines, we don't have these terminologies in mind because we were not aware about these differences. We only know about these differences when we get here in the US already, when we realize that, oops, I think it's too late. I made a bad decision. Okay, so by increasing the awareness of the nurse applicants, okay, we're promoting, okay, an immigration process where it's transparent. Okay, the nurse is not disadvantaged, and the nurse really gets more control of his destiny. The nurse gets more control of where he wants to be employed. Okay, and the nurse, most importantly, gets what he deserves. Now, again, that would be an example of the acute rehab hospital. So looking back, okay, direct hire versus staffing agency. All right, so these are again the main differences. Now we'll focus on the common scenario right there. We'll dig in the deeper detail about this shortly. Now, if you have two types of agency, direct hire and staffing agency, the main difference here again is that in direct hire, you are an employee of the hospital. It's staffing agency, you're not an employee of the hospital. You're an employee of your agency. Okay, for example, okay, if you find a hospital, okay, if the hospital is willing to pay $40 an hour, okay, as a salary rate, okay, in a direct hire process, the hospital pays the same amount, that exact amount in full, $40 an hour, okay, to the nurse. Does it need to go through the agency? No, because again, the employer-employee relationship exists between, okay, the hospital and the nurse. The hospital wants to give $40 an hour, the nurse receives $40 an hour. In the staffing agency model, what basically happens is the hospital or the facility will pay $40 an hour, but not to the nurse. Because again, that's not their employee. Okay, the hospital pays that amount based on their contract with the agency. Okay, so the hospital pays $40 an hour to the agency, not to the nurse. Then the agency would receive the $40 an hour of labor, okay, of the nurse from the hospital, then would take some portion of the salary. For example, in a common scenario right there, from $40 an hour, okay, the agency could keep $15 an hour and give the nurse $25 an hour. To be fair with the staffing agencies as well, they also need to get some profit, right? Because they also have, okay, staff members, okay, they also have staffs, they also have employees, and their employees also have families to feed, right? So there's nothing completely wrong with that. Not unless, okay, not unless that the cut right there would nearly be like half of what the nurse is receiving. We do understand that, you know, at some point, okay, we have to make some revenues, but if you take 50% out of the nurse's salary, then I guess, okay, that's not ethical already. You're already making that nurse work so hard for you, okay, but you don't share the same labor, the same effort, right? So that's the majority of where the opposing ideas are between a direct hire and staffing agencies. And again, we'll dig into the deeper details about, okay, staffing agencies and in a direct hire agency. But for Powers America, what is Powers America? We are a direct hire agencies with some, okay, some of the things that staffing agencies also offers. And it's about time I will share to you what are these, okay, what are these main differences between the two. All right, so for Powers America, we're a direct hire nurse recruitment agency. Okay, everyone who goes through an EB3 US immigrant visa, okay, would follow this process, whether you are doing the direct hire or you're doing the staffing agency route. Okay, so you have the partly paid pathway, you also have the all expenses paid pathway. Basically, if it's all expenses paid, everything will be shouldered by the petitioner. And if you're in a partly paid pathway, okay, a percentage will be shouldered by the petitioner and the other percentage will be shouldered by the nurse. Okay, so what's the main difference right there? It's just like how much is being paid in your application. Okay, so the all expenses paid pathway and this partly paid pathway will be discussed to you in details. So with what are the partner hospitals, the advantages and the disadvantages of each pathway, it will be discussed to you by no other than our CEO, Attorney Arlene, later on. But this is the process right there, okay, of getting here to the United States. And again, you're looking at less than 2 years, 16 to 20 months of processing. Okay, the first step right there is, of course, you need to pass your Nclex. You could not start with your step 1. Okay, there could be no step 1 if you have not passed the Nclex yet. So if I were you, okay, I'm gonna take my Nclex as soon as I could. Now, for example, you have already passed your Nclex. You have already received, okay, the certification of your license, be it okay from that state or from another state, for as long as you pass the Nclex. Okay, the step 1 right there, okay, because you are already interviewed by the agency, you signed a contract with the employer already, you will be filed for the prevailing wage. Okay, and then that would take around 4 months. Okay, and then the second step would be the USCIS or I-140. Okay, but basically the first step right there was, okay, securing a certification that the employer has the ability to pay the immigrant nurse. On the second stage, after 4 months, that's usually the USCIS. That's the I-140. That's the labor certification right there. Okay, after 6 months, okay, of processing right there, of cooling down, okay, there would be what you call as priority date. And this is what I was talking to you about earlier, that it's current right now. Instead of waiting years, okay, you're only waiting for days. Okay, the priority date is current. After the priority date, okay, that would be now in the National Visa Center, where you would need to pass, okay, your IELTS. So if you're a new, okay, Nclex passer, okay, don't take your IELTS yet without finding an employer, because your IELTS expires in 2 years. In your NVC right here, in the visa screen, your IELTS should have been in the last 2 years. So it's very important to know that the IELTS is actually only required in this 4th step, not at the beginning. Okay, what is required in the beginning is that, okay, you have been a nurse for 2 years, okay, and okay, you have passed the Nclex. All right. So very important thing to know that there is that you should be a nurse in wherever you are right now, be it in Europe, in Middle East, or in the Philippines, for at least 2 years. How come there could be some application that says no nursing experience is required? Well, be careful with that, because okay, if you're being filed as an immigrant under EB3, okay, the USCIS law right there really states that, okay, you have to be a nurse in your profession as a skilled worker in that profession for at least 2 years. All right, they could never bend that rule. So you might want to ask, are you petitioned as a nurse if you don't have, okay, a requirement for a nursing experience? Because again, that's the US law. All right. Now in the NVC, okay, that the IELTS right there is the important requirement. Then after your NVC is done, after 3 months, you're now gonna have your US Embassy appointment. You're gonna have a medical exam at St. Luke's, okay, and eventually wait for your visa approval. And then, okay, with the agency or with your employer, they will now schedule for your flight to the United States. Okay, so more or less, you're looking at around 16 to 20 months of this process if this is expedited. That means you're filed under premium processing, for which Powerhouse does for all of its applicants. All right, not really Powerhouse, but the partner hospital pays for it. All right, so you're looking at 16 to 20 months of processing through expedited processing. You are going to be an immigrant, not just you, but your direct family members. For as long as you are married, that would be your lawful husband. Okay, for as long as your children are under the age of 21. It's very important. Okay, during my time, I was so lucky because my visa got approved 9 days before I turned 21. If my visa was not approved before that 9-day time frame right there, I would not have been here in the United States. I would have to process myself because I'm not gonna be considered as a dependent to my mother as the one being petitioned by the hospital. Okay, so that's the basically the process right there. And whatever route you go, direct hire staffing agency with the immigration lawyer, they will guide you in this process basically. All right. Now, before we go into the differences, let's ask ourselves, what are the similarity between a direct hire and a staffing agency? Well, if you're gonna do the staffing agency route or even the direct hire route, these are their similarities. All right, they both do the same. Okay, you can be, okay, petitioned, okay, as an immigrant nurse. Okay, either you pay it yourself or the hospital shares, okay, some percentage of the payments needed directly to the U.S. government or the USCIS, or the hospital shoulders everything for you. Okay, so that would really vary on which hospital does that. Okay, there are hospitals that requires this kind of experience and they're willing to pay for everything. There are also hospitals that don't necessarily require a hospital experience, but for as long as you've been a nurse for 2 years, be it, for example, in the Department of Health, be it working in a call center, but for nurses, but for as long as it's a nursing job, not necessarily bedside, a lot of partly paid hospitals are willing to do that, and they're gonna share around 40 to 50% of the cost to have your visa processed, okay, just to get you here in the United States. Both direct hire and staffing agency would give you the opportunity for an employment-based category 3 or your EB3 immigrant visa. And this could be under expedited premium processing. Again, that means because it's under premium processing, it will be in less than 2-year time frame. That's why it's fast. And not just you, including your family members. You're gonna be permanent residents immediately. This is something that nurses are really fortunate because of there's a lot of teachers that are coming to the United States right now from the Philippines, and I've known a lot of them that they even have they're the ones that are paying for their visa. They have to make sure that they come up with this amount just to shoulder the expenses of the visa, and their visa are not even a permanent resident. They're under like a working visa, for example, or even a student visa, and they have to raise a lot of money just to get that kind of visa. Now, this is one thing that nurses are lucky because a lot of hospitals are willing to shoulder those expenses for you, okay, even all expenses paid. Now, both the direct hire and staffing agency, okay, you need not to worry because a lot of them nowadays provide arrival services, and that's for free. Okay, that includes the airfare of the nurse coming to the U.S. Okay, and includes the housing. They only vary on how long the housing would be. For example, in a direct hire, it could be 1 month. That's the usual for direct hire. I'm not saying it's Powers Americas, but that's the average for direct hires. In a staffing agency, that could be between 10 days to 5 weeks. I say 10 days because I had a classmate that arrived 3 months ago in South Carolina, and she was given 10 days only for her initial housing. Okay, and both would help you, assist you in getting your bank account set up, in your social security number, and other needs, be it transportation. Okay, both will be able to help you. But the important thing there is to ask whether your agency does have the post-arrival services or not, because there are still agencies that operates without post-arrival service. That means by the time you step foot here in the United States, you're gonna be in your own. You're gonna be given a checklist of things to do, but you're gonna have to figure it out. So a lot of agencies, however, okay, they would send a staff to assist you. Okay, that's something that you need to ask, okay, for your agency. On top of that is the onboarding process. Okay, that would basically be the orientation. Of course, okay, it's not an expectation that on day one you're going to be working immediately to the ward and you're going to be handling patients right away. There will be an orientation process. What's great is that in the orientation process, okay, if you're going to be working, for example, for a medical surgical ward, that means you would have a month or two of medical surgical ward orientation. That means you're going to be following a nurse, a 1-to-1 ratio. You and the nurse, there will be a 1-to-1. Okay, you will be following that nurse for that month to kind of figure out the ins and outs and, okay, what are the things that are part of your job description, basically. And also is you have to ask, the cultural assimilation program. Okay, usually a lot of the agents nowadays do offer this. This is when agents would tell you the do's and don'ts when you get here in the United States. Okay, what are the jargons? What are the expectations? Okay, is this statement rude, considered rude in the American language? What are the things to say and not to say, okay, when here in the United States? The laws, for example. That's just basically the cultural assimilation program. And both agencies do provide that one. It's not like, oh, I'm understaffing agency, I don't have this. Again, similarly, these agencies would give you all of these. Now, let's check out the differences this time. I think this is the most important portion right there of my presentation. let's check the aspects of the differences between a direct hire and staffing agency. When it comes to the location, the salary rate or the pay, the employer benefits, and the contract duration. Now, I'm telling you these four things because this should be the four things that we should consider, okay, in order for us to make a sound decision. I should not base my contract signing if I should or should not just based on how much is offered to me. I need to know the location, the benefits, and the contract duration if you don't want to be under a disadvantageous contract. Okay? You need to have that self-awareness in you. Now, okay, the tendency is, okay, we're given $25 an hour. I'm going to multiply that with 59 or even 60 because that's the peso dollar exchange rate nowadays. And I know it's really good for the market right now because the dollar value is so high. It's 60 pesos for $1. The first thing you'll do is convert it. That's the problem. Okay, because you're going to base your decision now based on your conversion. The problem there is, well, you're earning dollars, but you're also going to be spending dollars. You're going to be taxed in dollars. Your cost of living is not in peso, but in dollars. So knowing the amount itself is not going to be sufficient. And that should not be your sole basis. Okay, what you need to know is that the usual pay of nurses in that area with this kind of experience? That should be your basis right there. Okay, because okay, you don't want to base it in peso. Okay, your apartment will be paid in dollars, not in peso. Your taxes are in dollars, not in peso. All right, so these are the differences, okay, between a direct hire and a staffing agency, and I tried to be as comprehensive as I could. I know there's a lot of YouTube videos, but I think they're just too broad. They don't really show the advantage and the disadvantage of each one. So, okay, let's start with the first one based on these four aspects. Okay, so let's start about the location. All right, so in a direct hire, the U.S. hospital is again your petitioner. That will be your employer. So because you're going to be filed by that hospital, you as a nurse, you would know the location of that hospital at the very beginning, even before signing a contract, even before thinking about applying on that direct hire agency. You know that you're going to be working for that hospital. You know that you're going to be going to that hospital. In a staffing agency, okay, the recruiting agency is your petitioner employer, not the hospital. Okay, therefore, okay, you're going to be given a list of hospitals. The agency would tell you that, okay, these are the hospitals we're affiliated with. But you don't really get to choose, okay, this one will be for me. And if I don't get this hospital, I'm not going to sign up. No, okay, they're going to have you sign first. And then they would say they would have a list of hospitals that you could possibly go to. But again, it would require your signature first, your contract to be signed first. So once you're done signing for your contract, basically, you as a nurse, you're just waiting for you're just waiting for offers from these different hospitals. So if the hospital gives you an offer, it's up to you to say yes or no. But basically, you're limited, you're less empowered because you don't have the primary choice right there. It's the hospital choosing you, and it's up to you to say yes or no to the offer. Unlike in a direct hire, you have the power to say, okay, I really want to go to this hospital. Okay, if I don't go to this hospital, I don't want to sign up for you. Then you have that power you have that leverage in a direct hire process. Okay, so knowing that, okay, if you're going to be going through the staffing agency route, that's the reason why, okay, you could be deployed anywhere in the US. That basically means that, okay, who are these hospitals that are asking or that are desperate of getting nurses? Again, going back to the scenario earlier, the remote hospitals, because no one wants to live in a very far-flung and remote areas in the desert, by the border, places you've never heard of before. They're the ones that are willing to pay a premium price to the agency, just so the agency would supply them nurses, just to keep the hospitals running. So therefore, you'll be given a long list of hospitals that are also majority coming from the far-flung areas. Unlike in the direct hire, you would know, oh, this hospital is in a far-flung area. I don't want this hospital. Let me choose a different hospital. So see, that's how you get leverage, okay, when it comes to your location. Because a lot of nurses that are coming to the US are deployed in the far-flung and remote areas. And what happens to them after the contract? They leave. Of course, why would I want to live with the rest of my life with my family in this kind of area that's so secluded, that is in the desert? I want my family to live in a big city because that's our America, right? That's how we think about America. Another thing would be, okay, in the direct hire process, okay, the USA petitioner, which is the hospital, okay, could cancel the petition. Okay. The problem there is that you as a nurse, you're in the Philippines or you're in Saudi Arabia, for example, or you're in Europe, you could not demand, you could not file a case, okay, on that hospital, okay, at the regional trial court in the Philippines. Why? Simply because there's no jurisdiction. Okay. The petitioner is not bound to the Philippine laws because they are here in the United States. You are in the Philippines. They have different laws. There will be no jurisdiction. That's the unfortunate thing about direct hire process. If you go directly to the hospital, if there's no agency in between. However, if you have an agency in between, for example, Powers America, okay, if the hospital would not grant, okay, or would not, for example, go with the agreement in your contract, Powers America being in the United States and the petitioner hospital also here in the United States, there's going to be jurisdiction. Okay, the Powers America could protect you in a sense that they could seek some damages from the hospital because we're both here in the US and we're under, okay, US laws. So that's the protection that having an agency through a direct hire process. Instead of going directly to the hospital, well, the hospital may think, well, I've found candidates that could work right now. Why would I invest my time for you and my money for you when it would take me 2 years to get you here? So that could be a possible question right there. And I get it. But with the presence of that agency, okay, that doubt right there, okay, that doubt right there will be eliminated because the hospital will be bounded to a contract, okay, to the agency. And that would be the protection to the nurse right there. In a staffing agency, if in case one of those, okay, long list of hospitals will cancel, okay, their order for nurses, there's no problem because again, you're not being petitioned by the hospital. You are petitioned by the agency. So you're secured by the agency basically, right? Now, another difference is that direct hire, again, you're an employee of the hospital. Staffing agency, you are not an employee of the hospital. Whom are you employed to? The agency. In a direct hire, you receive all the benefits and privileges of a regular employee, like other nurses. If they have a bonus, you get a bonus. In a staffing agency model, if you work in a hospital and you're a staffing agency nurse, they get a bonus. I don't get a bonus because again, I'm not under hospital employment. I'm not eligible. You do not receive the exact benefits and privileges by other nurses. And that's going to be something that could be lower your morale. And that's one of the reasons why nurses are filing cases against unfair labor practices. But at the end of the day, you were made aware about these at the very start. It's just that you did not know what was considered as standard benefits and privileges. Another important differentiation is that, okay, in the direct hire process, the nurse is directly paid by the hospital. That means you will receive the pay in your bank account as a direct deposit from the hospital. And that's your guarantee right there that there's no cut. That's your guarantee right there that that's really the entire amount coming straight from the hospital. In the staffing agency route, okay, of course, this is how the model of the business is in the staffing agency route, where the hospital pays the agency is the one paying the nurse. But that involves now the cut or the deduction, okay, of the agency to the nurse. And how much is that deduction? $15 an hour, even as high as $30 an hour. Hospitals right now are willing to pay $40 or even $50 an hour for an immigrant nurse. However, a lot of immigrant nurses only receive 25, 27, 28 because, of course, to be fair with the agencies, with the staffing agencies, they also need to have a profit for their business to survive, right? They have to pay salary for their very own staff. Okay, they have to pay. They have to look for means for to gain money that they have spent in petitioning you. Because remember, they're the ones who spent their own money to petition you, not the hospital. So that's the thing about the difference between the pay cuts between a direct hire and staffing agency. So how come there's no cut in the direct hire? Because again, it was the hospital that was paying for your petition. Therefore, if there's an agency, they don't deserve to get a part of your salary because these agencies under direct hire did not spend anything to petition you, right? Okay. So that's when you would see, okay, nurses under direct hire process having higher starting salaries as high as $40 an hour. And you would see staffing agency nurses that are usually on the lower end of the starting salary range. And you're talking about terms like prevailing wage. When you say prevailing wage, it's not really like the minimum, but it's like the usual, okay, the usual, not the minimum, but the common, okay, the common salary, okay, of starting nurses, That means you don't expect the prevailing wage the same as, okay, on the higher end of the direct hire nurses. No, it's usually again not the minimum, but close to the minimum. And that's how you see, for example, in San Antonio right now, the prevailing wage is $26 an hour. You see staffing agency nurses, they're paid $27 an hour. Okay, you have new graduate nurses that are paid on the prevailing wage $26 an hour. And then you see direct hire nurses paid $33, $38, $40 an hour. Okay, what's great about direct hire process is that aside from a higher starting salary, your experience will be the primary basis in counting, okay, what would be your starting salary. Okay, your volunteer experience, your paid nursing experience, any nursing employment is counted, okay, in a direct hire process. That's the advantage. That basically means the more experience you have, the higher your salary is. In the staffing agency route, okay, the nurse receives again a lower starting salary, might be based on prevailing wage or slightly higher than the prevailing wage, but it is not based on your nursing experience. Okay, you seldom see staffing agency nurses getting offered more than $32 an hour. That they're usually capped out at 31. And I'll give you an example. Okay, I have two batchmates that arrived here in the US under staffing agencies last June and July. Okay, one was offered $27 in Dallas, Texas, here in Texas. The other one was offered $28 in the Carolinas. But again, because there were staffing agents, they know that they will be paid low, if not the lowest in the hospital, in exchange for getting a visa. But in a direct hire process, again, you would be treated as if you have 7 years of experience, you will be given a salary that is worth someone with 7 years of nursing experience as well in the United States. So that's the big difference right there. And you're talking about an average of $8 to $10 difference. And that's already a lot, right? Another thing would be, okay, a lot of direct hire agencies, okay, would usually have the applicant spend and even apply for their own Nclex, IELTS, visa screen, and then they will just be reimbursed with that one. In a staffing agency route, even if you don't have Nclex, they're willing to sponsor you the Nclex, the IELTS, the visa screen. But again, that's the catch right there. That's the reason why a lot of immigrant nurses would go to the staffing agency, because they get into these contracts where as long as you sign right now, we'll provide you the Nclex application, the review and the fees are gonna be covered. But again, at the very end, the nurse would realize when they get here in the US that oops, that this contract is just way too disadvantageous for me if compared to the other nurses. So if a tip right there is that, okay, never make, okay, the perks be the basis for your sign up for an agency. Okay, never let, okay, the lucrative offer for free Nclex, free IELTS has to be the overall contract. That's just part and parcel of it. And I'm pretty much sure that all of the agencies nowadays will reimburse the expenses. Okay, don't get it binded into a contract just because you want to get this early perks right here. But in the end, you're going to be suffering for a longer number of years. So you have to look at the overall contract. Now, as a direct hire nurse, basically you receive the unbeatable hospital employee benefits. I'd say an unbeatable. I don't think a single staffing agency could ever compete or even go beyond what is offered by the US hospital, which is usually standardized all throughout the United States. Okay. In a staffing agency route, you are going to be getting benefits not from the hospital, not even the same from the hospital, okay, but okay, from your staffing agency. Now, a lot of YouTube videos you could find, well, the direct hire offers this dental, medical, overtime pay, night shift, same as the staffing agencies, overtime, night shift, weekend differential, and all that. Okay, they make it appear that both gives the same benefits, but they don't tell you that the benefits, okay, they're there. They both have benefits, but the amount is never the same, not even halfway. So for example, let's start with the overtime pay. In a direct hire process, if you go to a hospital in the US, you work more than the 40 hours a week, okay, you will be paid an overtime pay. Okay, so with the staffing agency, you'll be given an overtime pay. Okay, both will give you overtime pay, but okay, no one is talking about how much does direct hire nurses get as overtime if compared to a staffing agency nurse. Now, if you're gonna be in the direct hire route, okay, it will be your regular pay, okay, times 150%. So you would call this as your time and a half. So for example, okay, if your base pay rate is $30, what is half of 30? 15. That means 30 plus 15 is $45. That means for every hour that you work overtime, you are paid $45 an hour. If it's a holiday, you will be paid the same, time and a half, $45 an hour. That is if your base rate or salary rate is $30 an hour, which basically is way too low for a direct hire. It's usually higher than that. In a staffing agency model, you do have the overtime pay, but it's only when you're in the United States that you realize that it's not the same amount that you receive from the other nurses, from the direct hire nurses, from regular employees of the hospital, from travel nurses, because the usual overtime pay of staffing agency is an additional $5 an hour on top of your regular pay. So for example, you both had $30 an hour, okay, direct hire and staffing agency. The direct hire would be $45 an hour. The staffing agency nurse as an overtime would only get how much? 30 plus 5 would be $35 an hour. That means you earn how much? $10 lesser than the direct hire nurse, in which both of you works the same kind of effort, but you get paid less. So that's the disadvantage right there. Okay, not just the overtime, okay, including the night shift differential. Now, if you work between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m., that's already nighttime. So basically, call it as your night shift. Okay, you would receive what you call as the night shift differential. Now, if you're a direct hire nurse, that's usually 15 to no more than 20% of your base pay. So for example, let's use the same number, $30 an hour right there. Okay, so you're looking at around $5 an hour additional or on top of your base pay every hour for as long as you work between 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Okay, so that would be $35 an hour, right? Or $5 additional per hour. But if you're in a staffing agency route, you would see that the night shift differential is there. However, it's not the same with the regular employee of the hospital. The regular employee of the hospital gets $5 an hour. You get $2 an hour. Maximum probably would be $250 an hour. I've never seen someone with the same amount, okay, from a staffing agency and a direct hire agency standpoint. Not just the night shift, including the weekends. If you work Saturday and Sunday, those are considered weekends. And those are usually hard to fill days because, of course, everyone wants to go out on the weekends and spend time with their family. So if you're a direct hire nurse, you're usually getting an 8 to 10%. It's percentage based of your hourly rate. As in staffing agency route, in a staffing agency nurse, they would usually get an additional $1.25 or $1.50 every hour. So if you could see the difference in the night shift and weekend differential, it's only half of what the direct hire nurses or the regular employees are receiving. So yes, they both have the same benefits, but the amounts are not the same. Another thing is what you call as paid time off. Okay, paid time off is the idea in which for every pay period is every 2 weeks. You get paid every 2 weeks. So for every pay period, you earn a certain amount of PTO, paid time off. So this paid time off goes into a PTO bank. So basically, you earn these hours. For example, in these first 2 weeks, I would earn 8 hours or 7 hours. In the next 2 weeks, I would earn another 7 hours, making 14 hours in my PTO bank. Now, what is this PTO for? This is the number of hours and the amount that you're going to use every time you call in sick. For example, you're not going to be able to go to work because you don't feel well. Okay, you don't fear about not getting enough money on your paycheck because your PTO would cover for it. Okay, if your shift is 12 hours and you've already worked 1 month, that means, let's say, for example, 14 hours, you have 14 hours of PTO available. That means, okay, you could be absent for 12 hours or one shift, but you are still going to be paid based on your base pay, based on that PTO, okay, that you have. So your 14 hours right there will be subtracted with 12 hours, and they will use the 12 hours to pay you your base pay or your regular rate, even though you're not in the hospital, you were absent because you're sick. Or other people use the PTO when they're going for vacation. Let's say you're going for vacation in the Philippines, okay, things like that. Now, in a direct hire process, okay, you'd be surprised because in the direct hire, you'd be earning as high as 170 hours of paid time off in a year. Like I said, it's around 6 to 8 hours of PTO per paycheck. Okay, that's 170 hours of PTO you could use for sick days, you could use for a leave, you could use for vacation or whatever purposes it may save you. Sometimes you could even cash it out. If you're really short of cash and you need money, you could even cash out your PTO. Okay. In the staffing agency route, okay, there's also PTO. Yes, they would tell you that. However, they usually not mention to you that it's not the same number of hours with the direct hire or the regular nurse, because your PTO could be arranged between 70 to 90 hours only in a year. So that basically means you're only getting half of what the direct hire or even the regular nurse in that hospital is getting as their PTO. And again, these are this PTO is the one that you're going to use for sick days, for travel, for vacation. And a very big difference right here, which a lot of nurses are getting surprised and are getting pissed, is that they were not informed that every time they use PTO, if you're under a staffing agency contract, okay, your contract will get extended. Yes, that means if your contract was 4,000 hours, okay, you're gonna have to work 4,000 hours. Even if you do overtime, okay, that $4,000, 4,000 hours will not be subtracted by overtime hours. It could only be based on regular hours worked. Plus, if you use a PTO, so you have a contract for 4,000 hours, but you were sick, you used your PTO. That's 12 hours. That means you're gonna be extending 12 hours in your contract. So that would be 4,012 hours. Okay, why? Well, because again, staffing agencies, okay, receive money from the hospital every time you go to work. That means if you don't go to work, they are not receiving money from the hospital. Instead, they're spending their own money to pay you your PTO. And that would be a loss to the agencies. That's why they extend the contract. Okay. In a direct hire process, okay, no one is afraid about not getting paid except the nurse right there. But the nurse is paid by the hospital. There's no agency that needs to be paid, then the agency pays the nurse. No, it's hospital direct to the nurse. So if the nurse, he opts for PTO, wants to go for vacation, let's say 3 weeks, 1 week, 1 month, you want to go to the Philippines, you want to go to Canada, because you're already a permanent resident, by the way. So you could spend that PTO hours without extending your contract. Plus, again, you have more PTO hours than that of staffing agencies. Another thing would be on incentives. Okay. And this was the very big issue when the pandemic was really at its peak, because we were expecting that, okay, we were getting a lot of staffing agency nurses because it was really so short. Okay, we were so desperate in getting nurses. Now, our expectation as, nurses in the hospital, the regular nurse in the hospital, is that, okay, our staffing agency nurses should be able to augment our needs, our low staffing needs. That means we were expecting our staffing agency nurses to work overtime, but that was not the case. Okay, a lot of regular or direct hire employees did the overtime, but not the staffing agency nurses. Why? Well, it's because of this issue right here. Okay, when you talk about incentives and bonus. Okay, so if the hospital offers, okay, especially during COVID, for example, $500 additional pay on top of your time and a half, that would be just for one extra shift. If I'm the direct hire nurse, if I'm the regular employee of the hospital, I'm eligible for that. I'm gonna work, okay, I'm gonna work 12 hours and get paid more. So imagine, for example, I was paid $34, $35 an hour. What is time and a half of 35? Okay, that would be 17.5 plus 35. I'm paid 52.5 per hour. Multiply that by 12, that would be 630. And add $500 for the incentive or bonus. I'm paid $1,130 just for one extra shift. If I convert it into peso, I'll be smiling because I got paid 68,000 pesos just in one day, just in one shift. Okay. How about the staffing agency nurses? Because they were not picking up. And then that's when we realized that they're not eligible for it because, again, the hospital, okay, has the ability to do release the incentives and bonuses, depends on their discretion, but they could only provide that to their employees, not to the agency nurses. If there are incentives or bonuses, it will depend on the agency. So if my friend, for example, okay, Carlo, he used to work with me. He was a staffing agency nurse. He got paid, okay, $24.50 an hour. You multiply that by 12, okay, that would be 29.4. Okay, let's say, let's say 24.5 was his rate. Okay, at that time when we worked 6 months ago, you add $5 for the overtime, right? Multiply that by 12. He's only paid $354, okay, for one extra shift. But if I picked up as a direct hire or a regular staff, that would be $1,130. That's the big difference right there. On top of the night differential, the weekend differential. And that's why during the pandemic, we were still short of nurses, even though we're getting staffing agency nurses, because no one wants to pick up. No one wants to work, okay, harder, okay, or the same kind of labor with someone, but they earn a whole lot less. So that was kind of like unfair to them. So they never bothered picking up. If they do, that was really something that was like meritorious or really coming from the heart. But because we all know that they don't get anything as an incentive. And sadly, that's what is happening right now, until now. Now, another thing would be, okay, both, okay, would be advertised as medical, dental, vision, life insurance are there, disability, okay, your 401k. However, okay, they usually fail to differentiate these items because in the direct hire, you are actually subsidized higher, okay, than that of a staffing agency. For example, for my health insurance, so instead of paying $400 a month, okay, I only pay her how much? Probably around 150, 160, because the hospital takes a big chunk of it. They subsidize your insurance. In a staffing agency route, the hospital does not give any subsidy, but maybe, okay, I would say maybe because there are still staffing agencies that do not provide this, that they will ask you to get a commercial insurance in the market, not the one provided for by the hospital. Okay? If there is subsidy, okay, it is usually lower than that of what the hospital provides. That's why I always say the hospital benefits are really unbeatable if compared to an agency benefits. Now, okay, you could have your 401k retirement, for example. When you say 401k retirement plan, let's say you're going to set aside $200 from your monthly income and put that in your 401k retirement. That way you could use that when you retire. So the hospital is very good at matching that one. They usually have a 1:1 matching ratio. That means if you set aside 200 for your retirement, one of your benefit is that the hospital would match that and give another 200. That means out of the 200 that you set aside, you have $400. Okay, actually, you have $400 in your retirement plan. In a staffing agency, it's up to the agency if they do have that 401k or not. And if they do, it's not usually a 1:1 matching. That means for every $200, they're probably gonna match it with $50. Okay, a lesser subsidy. Okay, a lesser matching. Because that's why I said, okay, nothing really beats the benefit of the hospital itself than that of the agency. And another thing is the duration of the contract. Okay, direct hires usually have a shorter contract duration, okay, usually around 2 years, and that already includes your orientation. If you're a staffing agency nurse, okay, you usually get a longer contract duration. For example, okay, you're gonna get 3 years, 3.5 years, even 4 years, but you're looking really around 3.5 years. Okay, so that's longer. But the thing about there is, remember, okay, Once you use PTO, it gets extended if you're a staffing agency nurse. In a direct hire, it does not get extended if you use PTO. Another thing is that in a direct hire process, your orientation of like, let's say 1 or 2 months or even 3 months is already included, okay, in your served 2 years right there. In a staffing agency, you would have to ask because majority will not count your orientation. Majority will say that, oh, okay, yes, you have 3.5 years of contract, but you spent 1 month or 2 months on orientation. So you're basically going to be moved to a longer contract duration right there. And that's one thing that you need to ask. Now, if you see the difference right there, okay, in a direct hire agency, it's number of years. In a staffing agency, it's usually not number of years, but it's number of hours. It could be 4,600 hours, 4,800 hours, 5,000 hours, 6,000 hours. And okay, you start to think, why is that by hours, not by years? Because in the agency, in the direct hire agency, in a direct hire process, okay, it's usually shorter. It's number of years because, again, that's just the fixed agreement. Okay? In a staffing agency, remember that the agency will only get, okay, their profit if they get paid by the hospital. The more you work, the more you earn, the more also the agency earns. That basically means that the longer the contract, the better it is for the agency, right? Now, that basically means that a lot of staffing agencies would prefer the number of hours contract instead of the years because they earn not by the years, but by the number of hours you work, because they get around $8 to $10 minimum per hour of your starting salary, of your hourly salary during that 3 or 4 years. And that's the comparison between a direct hire and a staffing agencies. There's do's and don'ts, there's advantages and disadvantages. And that's just what I'm trying to be transparent with you guys right now. So what about Powerhouse America? You could be asking, so which among the two is Powerhouse America? Because you mentioned direct hire nurse process. So yes, we are a direct hire nurse recruitment agency, but okay, what makes us excel is that we bring the best of each opposing side. If we see something that's a good practice in the direct hire, we also see something that is good practice in a staffing agency. We bring them together in order to create, okay, a contract that is the best for the nurse when it comes to the direct hire process. So looking at this model right there, looking at this comparison, the one that is highlighted right there, those are the best practices. The advantage of staffing agency is that, okay, you could be petitioned not just in one hospital, so that means you're more secured. You'll feel more secured. If you're worried in a direct hire agency is that, what if the hospital decides to cancel my petition? Well, that's what Powerhouse America would like to do. They have a contract with the hospital. We do have a contract with the hospital. That way, okay, you are gonna be secured just in case, okay, the direct hire hospital would cancel their petition. We want to bring that. Okay. What else? Okay. Usually in a staffing agency, you're sponsored and guided all throughout the process, be it on your Nclex, IELTS, and visa screen. And that's one thing that hospitals that are using direct hire usually don't do, because that's a lot of work, to be honest. Yes. But we want to bring that to be advantageous for the nurse, lesser hassle for the nurse. Okay. Powerhouse America would take care and guide you for your Nclex application review and processing, your IELTS review and processing, including your visa screen. Okay. And what makes it good is that your review with Nclex and IELTS, if with Powerhouse America, it's unlimited until you pass. That way, okay, you don't fall into one of the cracks here. That way you would always have the chance to pursue that American dream. Right? So we bring together the best of each side, and that is where Powerhouse America is. So there you go. You would know the exact hospital prior to signing any contract, including today. We will introduce you the hospitals that we're partnered with, and you don't even have to sign any contract right now. Okay, the nurse will be secured because, okay, the petitioner hospital that we're in partner with here has a contract with us. They're bound, okay, with a contract with us, not just from the hospital to the nurse. But if something happens, okay, the hospital also has the accountability and responsibility to us. That way we could secure the nurse. Okay. The great thing about the nurse being a regular employee, we bring that. The no salary cut right there, that the nurse gets the full salary without any cut. We bring that to the program. You will receive a higher starting salary based on your experience. Okay, you will get sponsored for or and guided for your Nclex, IELTS, and visa screen. If you're already done with those, that will be reimbursed. Okay, that's just a good practice. Okay, you get to enjoy the fair and equal benefits just like any other employee in the hospital. You get to enjoy the unbeatable benefits. Overtime pays, time and a half, night shift differential are again just based on what the hospital typically pays the regular employees. Okay, you will also have a PTO that will not extend your contract. You have more PTO and PTO that will not extend your contract. You're going to be eligible for all bonuses, incentives, and you will be highly subsidized when it comes to your insurances: medical, dental, vision, life, disability, and legal insurance, including a matching with your 401k with the hospital. And again, okay, the best thing about there too is that it's 2 years commitment to the hospital, not to the agency, not to Powerhouse, but your employer, your petitioner, okay, the hospital. Okay, that would be 2 years only, not by the number of hours, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many number of hours you work. It's by the 2 year period right there. At the end of the day, Powers America does not rely on your number of hours because we do not, okay, we do not get anything from the salary. That's not how, okay, we operate. We don't get a percentage or a cut from the nurse's salary. So whatever the number of hours is, it usually does not matter to us. All right, because that's not our source of income. Now, okay, aside from that, okay, I mentioned to you earlier those four aspects: the location, the salary rate, the pay, the employee benefits, and the contract duration. So you would see, okay, that you will be deployed into big and prestigious hospital on a major US city, not a remote one, not in a far-flung area, not in the desert, not in the mountainous regions. And the good thing here is that you would know it prior to signing anything because you're here today. That means this presentation would show you what are these hospitals and what are their contracts. And then you decide, do you want to apply for it or not? If in case you do, then apply. If you don't think that the contract is not good enough, then don't apply. It's all right. Okay, it's a voluntary process. And of course, we want to make sure that the nurses that we're hiring, okay, that the hospital is hiring, are also committed to the process. And of course, location-wise, it's a very low cost of living you could find. That means, okay, with the inflation right now, gases in other states, if you have to fuel your car, okay, in San Antonio, Texas, okay, you're basically spending less than or just equal to $3 a gallon. But if you go to other areas, New York, California, you're expecting to see around $8 a gallon, $9 a gallon. That means the cost of living in those areas would be twice or three times than what, okay, I usually have in San Antonio. If I find an apartment bedroom, for example, in San Antonio, it's gonna cost me how much? Okay, $1,100 for one bedroom apartment. That's already a very good apartment for me. But if I'm gonna be going to a high cost of living area, let's say New Jersey, New York, Florida, California, usually are high cost of living, Washington, D.C. So I'm expecting to pay around $3,000 or three times what I usually do in San Antonio. So that has to be taken into consideration, the cost of living of that area. Because again, it does not have to be just the conversion of the dollar times 60 to peso. All right. Another thing would be on the salary. You would always get a higher salary than what a staffing agency nurse would get in that area. So for example, in my workplace before, okay, my friend Carlo was a staffing agency nurse. He gets how much? $24.50 an hour. Here comes direct hire, regular employee hospitals of that hospital. Okay, they were paid $35, $36, $34 an hour. That's a very big difference already. Okay, and again, there's no cuts, there's no deductions, there's no percentage. You get the money directly from the hospital to your bank account. It's based on your number of years. The more experience you have, the higher the salary would be. And the thing is, okay, we're proud that, okay, in San Antonio area, if you're being recruited in San Antonio area or whatever area it is, be it in Bakersfield or in Nevada, if you are an immigrant nurse, okay, with this program, you always get the highest that you could find. Okay, just don't compare it from one state to another, because it's like comparing a salary in Europe and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Those are two totally different places. Don't compare Texas to like Arizona. Those are totally different places, right? The employer wise, okay, with the benefits, okay, again, you receive the same benefits as the other nurses of that hospital. And if they have an annual raise, you are eligible for an annual raise. Okay, that means your starting salary, that's just a starting. That means it will go up based on your annual or even biannual evaluation. And the great thing here is that, again, you are a direct employee of the hospital. You have the most complete, okay, benefits that you could find. It's not competitive, it's complete. It's the full one. All right. In the contract duration wise, okay, it's 2 years, okay, of commitment to the hospital, that when you get here, you'll be working from this date to this date. Okay, that's exactly 2 years right there. You would have a fixed end date. That basically means it's not by number of hours. Your PTO will not extend it. Your orientation is already included in that 2 years. Okay, there's no extension in that contract if you use your PTO. But what happens if I want to stay because the hospital is already giving me a higher salary if compared to other hospital? Then great. Okay, that's the goal right there. That you would be happy because you get the full benefits, the salary that you deserve. Okay, you're in a very good location. You're in a prestigious hospital, one that you could be proud of. And really is that, okay, you have the shortest duration of contract you could find, but because you're happy, you're gonna stay, not because you're bounded into a contract. We don't want you to think about buying out a contract. We don't like that. Okay, we want you to be happy. We want you to be proud of where you work at. Okay, because that's how we solve the nursing shortage. It's not the supply, it's how we retain nurses. Okay, your contract could be so long, but you're not gonna retain them if you pay the nurses too low, if they don't get the full benefits. But if they're happy because they have the best of all worlds, the most likely the nurse will stay. And this is a significant contribution to the nursing shortage in the United States. So, not just that, we also improve and upgrade the similarities. So remember, these are the similarities of between the direct hire and staffing agency. So we bring them together and get these similarities and we improve them. So, for example, okay, the direct hire and the staffing agency would have the all expenses paid. And this is the pathway for people who are in bedside right now and they have been a nurse for more than 2 years. Or they could also opt for the partly paid pathway where the hospital does not shoulder 100% of the expenses, but they could shoulder 40 to 60% of the expenses. And these are for those nurses who are USRNs, for example, but they're not in bedside right now. They're working on a call center company. They have little to no bedside experience and are not practicing in a hospital, but they are a USRN. So this could be their pathway. And both direct hire and staffing agencies would provide you this pathway. All right. So both could do an immigrant visa petition. But with Powers America, it will be permanent resident with your family members. Okay, you could apply for U.S. citizenship after 5 years. The moment you step soil here in the United States, you are a green card holder. Okay, you have the same rights of a U.S. citizen. You can even take out student loans if you want to, except the right to the election right to vote, to cast a vote, and to be voted upon. That means as an immigrant, you could not run to become a mayor of that city, not unless you become a naturalized U.S. citizen. So that right of suffrage, okay, is exclusive to U.S. citizens. Okay, that's the only right that differs you from the rest of the people here. Every right that they do, okay, they do have, you also have those rights. Okay, you will be processed on a premium expedited processing. That means it will be less than 2 years. 16 to 20 months is the processing time frame. And there's going to be an immigrant lawyer that is provided for you. Okay, the Nclex, the IELTS, the visa screen, those are already included as well. Okay, it's not like you're going to lose your money for your Nclex. No, that could be reimbursed for you if you already did one. All right. For the post-arrival services, both, okay, models do have this, but we upgrade it. Okay, so aside from the nurse airfare, okay, being free coming to the United States, okay, we are probably the longest to provide initial housing. That means you could be here in between 1 and 3 months. Okay, so either we're gonna provide you 1 month if you're by yourself. If you're, I'm sorry, 3 months if you're by yourself. If you're with a family, we could provide you 1 month, for example. So it's arranged between 1 to 3 months. but basically still better than 10 days, 5 weeks, or even 1 month alone. So that's the longest initial housing they could ever find. Free assistance when it comes to social security numbers, bank accounts, your logistics, your transportation, the bus. Okay, and we were even in a meeting with one of our partner hospitals, and we were talking about how to assimilate our nurses when they get here for their recruits. And we were talking about, okay, the transportation aspect, especially that when you get here, okay, you're having a car is more of a necessity than that of a luxury. So we also provide full assistance from the moment you arrive in the airport. Okay, from the moment you step foot in the U.S., we will be there, especially in the first month. That's very crucial to someone or to a family that's migrating to a whole new setting or to a different country, basically. Also, for the onboarding process, okay, your orientation will be paid. There will be a one-to-one preceptorship. You'll be following a nurse for that month or two. And then you would have employee health assistance and logistics. And not just that, cultural assimilation. How do we upgrade this? Okay. Well, we do have a welcome party. Okay? We do that for you with the Filipino nurse community in the area, as we have also tapped with the local nursing organization of Filipino nurses right there. So that would be the Philippine Nurses Association of America, or PNAA, for which we actually sponsor your first year of membership. And that's important because that's how we also protect you from exploitation. If you have a go-to people, if you have people that you could ask for advice, or is this something that is advantageous for me? What should I do in this situation? You would always have the support of Powers America plus the PNAA. You will never feel bored. You will never feel homesick. There's a lot of activities in that organization. And again, your first year membership is already free, both in the national and in the local level. So that way, you have a go-to family, because our goal here is to make our nurses secured. Okay, make them at ease. Make sure that, okay, they will be assisted when they get here, not just being by themselves and just accomplish a given set of tasks. Now, what else? Okay, so again, those are the upgrades that we do. Okay, this is the complete, okay, program that we offer under Powers America as a direct hire nurse recruitment agency. But to sum it all up, it's not just about the program we do, but it's on how we do it. We advocate for the nurse. We also advocate for the hospitals that are petitioning. Hospitals are spending their money. We advocate for the nurse when it comes to their qualifications, the salary that they deserve, the full benefits that they have it processed in a premium expedited processing with their family. Okay, we advocate for those things to protect them from exploitation, from unfair contracts. And at the same time, we also have to advocate for the hospital. So for example, I'll show you this. All right. So in a typical nurse recruitment on the left side, okay, you have the US hospital, the nurse, and the agency. In a typical nurse recruitment nowadays, the hospital is willing to pay as much as $50 an hour. That's nothing to the hospital. If they're desperate of nurses, that's like the lowest they would even offer. Okay, they're gonna pay $50 an hour to whom? To the agency. The agency pays how much the nurse? Is it $50 an hour? No, it's $27 an hour. They keep $23 an hour. Now imagine that nurse working for 1,728 hours just in 1 year. Let's say just in 1 year, not even the 3 years or 4 years. Okay, so 1,728 hours served by the nurse, where the nurse only gets $27 an hour and the hospital has to pay $50 an hour. Okay, now in the Powers America way, okay, the hospital pays the nurse directly, because again, the nurse is a direct employee of the hospital. The hospital does not have to pay the premium $50 an hour. Okay, they could lower it down to the expenditure of like $40 an hour per nurse. But the great thing here is that the nurse receives it completely. How much does the nurse receive out of the $40? Still the same. $40 an hour goes to the nurse. So what about Powers America right there? Again, we don't profit or gain anything from your hourly salary. So if you look at this concept right here, the hospital pays less. The nurse gains more. I think the hospital will be happy. because instead of paying $50 an hour, they're going to be paying only $40 an hour for that employment for the same number of hours in that year. Plus the nurse is paid more, $40 an hour, compare that to $27 an hour. Okay, both hospital and the nurse will be happy. That's why our advocacy is both ways, not just to the hospital, not just to the nurse, but to both of them. Okay, we want the situation be happy for both of them because again, this is how we retain nurses. Okay, so for example, okay, using the same chart right there, if the hospital pays $50 an hour, that means the hospital will pay 87,000 yearly. All right, pays $87,000 yearly to the agency. Then the agency, through the $27 an hour, gives $47,000 yearly to the nurse for that 1728 hours. And the agency profits $23 an hour, which is how much? $40,000 per year. That's just for one nurse. Okay, you see that, okay, the hospital expenditure is so high, the nurse is paid less, and the agency makes the $40,000 a year. But again, to be fair, this is what the agency earns as well, because they're the ones who petition for the nurse. But in the Powers America way, okay, through $40 an hour, not $50 an hour, it's lesser amount that they have to spend. They would only spend $70,000 on that. Plus, they will retain the nurse because the nurse is their employee, not the agency's employee. Okay, the nurse on the other side would receive higher amount. $70,000 goes to the nurse because there's no cut. It's experience based. That means he gets paid $70,000 an hour, okay, on $70,000 per year on $40,000 per hour. Compare that to a staffing agency nurse where they would receive, let's say, $27 an hour, which is only $47,000 an hour. So if you do the math right there, okay, lesser expenditure to the hospital, okay, more income for the nurse, I think the nurse will be happy. Plus, the nurse gets all the benefits. It's a good hospital they will be proud of. It's not in a remote area. The contract duration is just 2 years. They will not think about buying out because they have the best contract. That's how hospitals will retain nurses. On the commerce side, the hospital does not have to spend that much. Okay. Plus, they keep the nurses. So it's just both ways for the advocacy right here. Okay, that's what we're trying to promote if we're trying to solve this nursing shortage. So as a recruitment agency, we are proud to say that this is for nurses because we are nurses. Our CEO is, yes, she is in a legal profession. She is a certified legal nurse consultant here in the United States. She is a lawyer in the Philippines in good standing, and she is actually also a nurse. She has been a nurse for 32 years, both in the Philippines and in the United States. Okay, we came up with this program. She was able to design this program based on her experiences as an immigrant nurse, as an immigrant Filipino nurse. Because during her time when she applied, she was only given a pay of $24 an hour, okay, and she was only given a $500 for housing. That's what her offer was, despite having 20 years of nursing experience. So when she decided to create this agency, okay, she basically based it on her past experiences. She doesn't want nurses to undergo the same thing because she doesn't think that $24 an hour is not something that a nurse with, even with 3 years or even 5 years, how much more 20 years of experience should get. Okay, so with that, okay, if there was one thing that we all learned during the pandemic, I mean relearned because we all already knew about it before, okay, our nurses are our modern day heroes. Okay, in return, we treat our heroes with utmost respect, with dignity, and we should never exploit, oppress, or take advantage of our heroes, our nurses. So with our founding principles in Powers America, we believe that nurses need our support, our protection, and our appreciation instead of exploitation, oppression, and being taken advantage. So to show that, okay, how do we support Filipino nurses here in the United States? Well, okay, we shoulder their first year of membership to the Philippine Nurses Association of America, and not just that, we even support programs, initiatives, conferences, conventions by the Philippine Nurses Association of America, because we believe that this organization is very helpful in helping us secure our Filipino nurses. Whatever programs and initiatives they have, for example, right now they're working on ethical recruitment processes because they have seen a rise in complaints about how Filipino immigrant nurses they are treated here in the US. So we support that initiative. When they held a convention in New York last June, we were there. When they held a convention in Texas last month, we were there. Whatever it is, okay, that gives us, okay, a chance to support their cause, we will be there. Okay, we protect nurses instead. Okay, we make sure that the nurses, okay, are done through an honest, legal, and transparent, and most importantly, an ethical recruitment practice. And so thus increasing awareness. Okay, there's around how much? Okay, 130 people right now, right? So not all 130 people will be signing up for Powers America. That's okay. Okay, because this session is more into increasing awareness of Filipino nurses. That way they have, okay, a more informed choice. Okay, we don't make nurses into milking cows. We don't earn a single cent from your hourly salary. Okay, how do we earn? Well, if you don't have Nclex and the hospital wants to hire you, then the hospital, not the nurse, the hospital pays us to do your Nclex review. The hospital pays us to help you process for your Nclex. The hospital pays us to give you unlimited IELTS review. Those are the things that we do, and we need to get paid for it by the hospital, not by the nurse, because again, okay, our advocacy here are both for the nurses and the hospital based on the services that we provide. Okay, we're not sitting in our desk, okay, for as long as you work we'll be earning. No, it doesn't work that way, because I don't think that is really ethical right there. Okay, we don't involve with predatory agreements that promote unfair labor contracts to Filipino nurses. Okay, 2 weeks ago and even last month, okay, we were having a meeting with some organizations. They're really willing to order nurses from Powerhouse, but the moment that we saw there an opportunity for our Filipino nurses to be exploited, let's say, for example, they are going to be based on prevailing wage only. They're not experience based. It will not be on premium processing, okay, and they will be made to float into different hospitals. Those are just opportunities for exploitation. We had to say no. We had to get out of it, because again, that defeats the purpose of creating this hybrid type of nursing recruitment agency. Okay, it's against our principles and our values. Okay, we want to secure our nurses before they get here, and most importantly after they get here. Okay, you see a lot of Filipino nurses who migrated to the US right now with the inflation. They were told that because they have no credit history, they would have to take a car loan for 12%, okay, interest, 15% interest, and that's just way too much. Okay, that's just like the highest I've ever seen. Because when I moved to the United States, okay, I was not under a staffing agency. I was a regular employee of the hospital. And within 1 month, I was able to secure my car loan. I was given 5.6%, not 12% interest rate. And again, that's the exploitation right there, because okay, the Philippine nurses is not aware about, okay, how much my interest rate would be. Okay, they're only limited to the idea that, oh, because I'm new to the country, I have no choice but to do this. No, it shouldn't be that way. Instead, we need to protect our nurses by providing them options that they are free to choose from, instead of pushing them to be into these contracts that could be disadvantageous for them. How about appreciation? Yes, we do appreciate nurses. Okay, it's for nurses by nurses, and okay, I think next month we will be there at the gala. Okay, this year we are the main sponsor, the platinum sponsor for the best 25 nurses of South Central Texas for 2022. And this is organized by the San Antonio Nursing Consortium. This is a consortium between hospitals here in Texas, not just in San Antonio. This is an event that is organized by the Mexican Nurses Association, the Hispanic Nurses Association, the Nigerian Nurses Association, the Filipino Nurses Association. This is a big event in which they spend time and even awards for the top 25 nurses in the South Central Texas area. And we're happy to support that because, again, it goes into, okay, our reason as to why we exist: support, to protect, and to appreciate our nurses through a direct hire nurse recruitment agency where the nurse could get the best contract, okay, in a direct hire through a US hospital. Right? So that's right there. Okay, that's the full coverage of the program itself. And our goal there is to be the one that will provide the best contracts for direct hire by US hospitals. Okay, talking about the big hospitals here. All right. So, okay, don't worry, guys, because, okay, we are gonna be answering questions for you. So if you do have questions, just put that in a chat box and we will answer them one by one. At the very end of our presentation today, we'll have a long question and answer portion, and just reserve your questions because we still have a lot of information to talk about. Okay, next to me would be Engineer Smith, if he's here already. All right. So basically, okay, at the very end of this presentation, guys, you will have, okay, you would have seen, okay, what would be the contract if you choose to be in this particular hospital. And there will be a question and answer portion. All right. So thank you for being here. Okay. We will answer your questions at a later part. Just reserve them in the chat box. Now, this time I would like to introduce to you, okay, a person that's very important in our organization. He is the Chief Operations Officer for Powers America. He makes sure that all the processes and communications are streamlined. And to talk about just a sort of backgrounder right there, and who's Powers America, how did we exist, okay, and what's the beauty of being a direct hire nurse recruitment agency that's based in the United States. I will give the floor this time to our next presenter. That will be Engineer James Smith.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Again, this is Jim Smith, Chief Operating Officer for Powers America. Really appreciate the comparison and contrast that Nurse IM has presented to you there. And what we'll do here is I'll share my screen. Let's see this up. We'll stop the other share. That's okay. And let's do this. Okay. Get this. Okay. Can you guys see my screen okay? All right. I'm hoping that you can. Let's see. We got a chat here. Let's see. Okay. All right. So I wanted to go over a little bit about some of the history of Powerhouse America, kind of where it started a little bit. Nurse IM went through quite a bit of material that might be similar to what you might see here as well. But for the most part, like we were saying, we're located in San Antonio, Texas. It's a registered business out of the capital, which is in Austin. And we primarily offer the services of Nclex, IELTS, and nurse recruitment. So that's the core part of the business. That's what it was founded on. And you'll kind of see how Powerhouse Philippines integrates into a progression of Powerhouse America. Kind of a little bit later on, we'll go through that. But it started in the state of Arizona in 2016, and essentially they were going through Nclex review for nurses in the U.S. that had not yet, that were Filipino nurses that had not yet passed the Nclex examination to become full nurses in the U.S. So they were working other jobs, other positions. They had their nursing degrees, but they had not yet passed the Nclex. So it became a review center for them, primarily for nurses that were located in the U.S. And so you have Powerhouse, the conglomerate. So how it's kind of formulated is you have kind of on the right there, Powerhouse Philippines, established 2006, so 17 years. And that was a training and review center for the nurse licensure examinations, also teachers, and so forth. And then you have Powerhouse America, established in 2016 and in business for the last 6 years. So working together, where you have resources and facilities actually located in the Philippines, and then you have the same offices and opportunities in the U.S. These are just some of the major awards, just kind of establishing a sense of commitment to the industry, commitment to the nurses of the Philippines in terms of being a top choice consumer award, the Outstanding Nurse Entrepreneur Award, People's Choice Excellence Award, and so forth. All these awards are given out essentially based on the business principle, the ability to produce top-notchers in terms of the licensure or the local board examinations, and then the commitment to furthering the development of the nurses in going into the U.S., taking the Nclex exam. Here's kind of that progression that I was talking about. And if you can see my cursor, kind of in the top left here, we have Philippine Nursing Licensure Exam Review Services, okay, working directly with the different colleges and various different nurses or various different nursing schools in the Philippines. Getting the licensure examination, becoming a nurse, getting some experience under your belt, probably at least 2 years, and then going into study for the review on the Nclex to be able to take the Nclex examination, and then helping you through that process, producing very good results in terms of the number of people that are passing. Then additionally, IELTS services, that's the examination. I'm going to just move this bar, sorry. That is the examination for the English language, and that's the test system for that. And all this kind of culminates into the ability to then come over on a employment-based visa through an employment-based visa program called EB3, and you get go through the direct hire process that Nurse IM can kind of outline. So you can see it was really a progression, a development. First, it started with the licensure exam, then to the Nclex, then to the IELTS inclusive, and then the natural progression to placement services. So it gives you that one-stop center, so to speak, or one-stop shop, others will say, to be able to come and then progress through all the different steps to get to your American dream, or wherever you need to be within your nursing career. And these are just some of the proud moments here of producing top-notchers in the licensure examination. You can see the top tiers here over several years that have been going on over the last 16 years. And, they produced thousands and thousands of top-notchers, and just the more important thing is that everybody is passing the Nclex exam after going through the review course. Very, very high passing rates. So that's the important part. It's a very progressive program. Not only does extensive or intensive reviews, but it also develops a lot of relationships with the other nurses that are going through the program as well. So the next part to talk about is, we're based in Texas. We're talking about coming to the U.S. in this immigration process, the EB3 process and direct hire. But why Texas? Why is that a good place to start? Well, out of all the 50 states, this has a very low cost of living. So why is that important? Well, it just means that your dollar goes further. And that the services, the social aspects, the size of the cities, all the different cultural aspects are all present as well. So it has a lot of different benefits, even in San Antonio here, with where we have just about 2 million people and growing within the city. It's absolutely beautiful country, beautiful territory, great people, diverse city, and it's just a great opportunity to be able to take hold of and be able to utilize to take a look at for one of your options. Here we're kind of showing a little bit in terms of just, this is just a benchmark just to kind of give you an idea. So what would $500,000 buy you in terms of a house? Well, you see on the left what it could purchase you. So the purchasing power is kind of what we're showing you there. So that'd be a 6 to 7 bedroom house. In California, though, because that same cost of living, that same amount of money, real estate is very high. It's very expensive there. And so that would just be a smaller house, 1 to 2 bedroom. And then New York, New Jersey is the same type of approach, right? So, we've got a lot of the areas being developed in San Antonio. The housing is newer. The neighborhoods are newer. The infrastructure is newer. Everything's growing. Don't get me wrong, there are old parts of Texas like the Alamo, which some of you may realize is one of the top sites to see here in San Antonio. But a lot of it is newer infrastructure, and that's a nice thing to be able to come to a city and experience, I'll tell you. The other reason why Texas is just simply that there's 0 state income tax. So the state income tax are usually in some of the other states are utilized to supplement or provide the services, other types of social services for the state. And because there's no state income tax here, they do charge a property tax for your home when you purchase a home, not necessarily if you're renting, but it's probably formulated somehow in the rent, I would imagine. But in terms of it coming out of your paycheck, it is not something that comes out, like in some of the other states of California, New York, New Jersey, and so on, even in Pennsylvania, where I came from. So the state income tax is not there. So that kind of means, if that was even just a rough number of 10%, if we had a 10% income tax as compared to another state, then basically, if I don't have that here in Texas, it's kind of like I've got a little bit of a raise, right? I can use 10% more of my money for other things that I want or save up for and have, or be able to utilize it for trips and things like that. So you have more money in your pocket to be able to spend, and that's kind of what gives you that lower cost of living feel. And then here, what we're just kind of showing is a chart comparison for rents, for average rentals. So, a studio apartment, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, up to 4 bedroom, and then just kind of like the average. But the key here is just comparing it between the states, right? So the cost of living is higher in some of these other states because of the cities, because of the income tax, because of the tax structure, because of, the normal cost of living items are considered like fuel, food, housing, and so forth. Those types of costs are just higher demand, or it costs higher to bring them into the state. So naturally the costs just increase for those items. So it's based off of where you live. And then the other thing here, what we're kind of just showing is comparisons of some average hourly rates. This is just this has nothing to do with the nursing profession, but it's just an average hourly rate of what would a comfortable life be, and that's to have, again, be able to pay for a place to live, have clothing, have food, have a vehicle, and have health care and the like. So what would your hourly rate look like in Texas to be a comfortable life? That could be $26 an hour. In other cities, those are comparatively higher, as you can kind of see here on the chart. So that's just another thing that shows the lower cost of living. And it's nice, it's also kind of, nice and laid back and relaxed here in Texas. And a lot of people are great to, that'll help you out, that'll give you direction and things of that nature. So it's just a great community, overall community to live in that I've experienced here for the past 3 years. And then some of the advocacies, as Nurse IM talked about, I'm just going to touch on them, but because he hit most of these already. The win-win opportunities that we advocate for the nurse and the hospitals, both, and we're basically bringing people together, bringing resources and opportunities together, people that have the interest coming from the Philippines and hospitals that have the interest to want to hire them. The second thing is that in terms of the advocation is that making sure that the nurse, based off of their education and experience, is provided the same opportunity as somebody that would be a graduate from the U.S., not necessarily just because they are coming from outside the country that they would be treated as a new hire, which in most cases or historically has been the case. But we've actually negotiated with the hospitals to have them understand a little bit better about the education that and foundations of what's provided in the education from the Philippines for the bachelor's degree in nursing, and then also the experience working in the different hospitals, and that could be in the Philippines, that could be in the Middle East, wherever you might get that experience. That experience is valuable and relevant when you come over and you apply for a job, and it should be looked at. So, once we get that like-minded thought and we get that across to the hospital, and there's agreement there, then it's kind of it basically the process just drives itself from there. That's really the big part, right? Is convincing the hospital to do it that way, and it's just the right way. It's the right thing to do. And then lastly, in terms of the hospitals, this issue of where nurses are in demand because of an older population. Some nurses are retiring and so forth. The only real way to solve the issue, even if they graduated all the nurses that were in school within the U.S. already, there would still be a shortage of nurses. So you have to look at alternate or supplemental programs. And along with the government and administration and the immigration teams, they recognize this specifically for nurses, which makes the process of coming over as a nurse a little bit more open for particular countries that have qualified programs, such as the Philippines. So communities should have an avenue for quality healthcare. That's kind of the idea there, is that if you have a healthy community, you have good, well-staffed hospitals and healthcare affordability and availability, and that's what's going to improve the community and the well-being of the people overall. Here we were just kind of talking a little bit about the Filipino Nursing Association, the PNAA as it's called. There's a national organization, and then the subgroups can be around the cities as well. So for San Antonio, there's a San Antonio chapter they call PINASA. And in that case, Powerhouse is an advocate there. Our CEO is the vice president of PINASA for San Antonio, and even offered for the PINASA members, their children to be able to get free Nclex reviews. So it's just something, it's just kind of showing you the support, the community, the way that we look after and offer different services or network with different services with local nursing organization, professional organizations. And then this one, we were the gold sponsor back in July, just a few months ago, in New York City for the national 43rd annual national convention. So we were actually a gold sponsor for that one. And, that helps us network, that helps us get our message out, that helps create additional opportunities and discussions around ethical immigration, as was said before. So it is a very real thing. It's a very contentious subject, and it's something that we believe powerfully in. And our CEO, as an attorney, is going to continue to advocate in that direction. And she has various different strategies that are ongoing already. And that's a good segue, getting into her background, attorney Arlene Painigan, our CEO, and the company is owned and managed by a Filipino nurse, and she's, like was said earlier, she's a certified legal nurse consultant in the U.S. She's an attorney in good standing in the Philippines. She's been awarded the San Antonio Psychiatric Nurse Impact Award in July 2021. And I think at that point, she had only been maybe living in San Antonio for maybe 2 or 3 years at that point. So already making big impacts, big strides, big progressions within the nursing community. And then nominated one of the best 25 nurses of South Central also in 2021. And like we said, is the current vice president for the PINASA organization. Again, kind of summarizing that a little bit, we want to create that win-win opportunity between nurses and hospitals. We advocate for the nurse in terms of their education and experience to provide an avenue to get an offer that is competitive with somebody that would be maybe a graduate from a domestic school in the U.S. So it's for nurses, by nurses, as was said. My background is in engineering, so I'm just kind of the process guy and help a little bit with the financial aspects of things. But the real meat and potatoes is around the advocacy, the negotiation of the contracts, the services going through the immigration process, the openness, the communication, the engagement, and then finally, when the arrival of the nurse would be making sure that they're also taken care of and given the best chance for success as they move forward. And then just staying in touch with that community through the different types of Filipino nursing or professional organizations. So it's definitely something that it's been thought of in detail quite a bit. And the whole procedure works very well. The process works very well. And it caters to the best success for the nurse coming over to the U.S. So that's kind of the whole idea of making your American dream happen, starting where you are and then working your way through Powerhouse, working with us and getting into a great position and setting you up for the best success for your career. So that's all I have for everyone. I hope to hear from you. I hope to see you. I hope that there's an opportunity we can work together, and we're excited about it. And thank you so much, and have a great rest of your morning or afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Smith, for that backgrounder about Powerhouse America, how we first started as an Nclex review institution, and then how we upgraded until we become a direct hire nurse recruitment agency. So that kind of tells you about the one-stop center right there. And I like that idea because, if you are applying, what if something happens? Okay? What if you have a problem with the application for your Nclex? What if there's a problem with passing the Nclex? What if there's a problem about failing or passing, not passing, but failing the Nclex or failing the IELTS, for example? So you could be hopeless. You could feel that you're down and you don't have a chance. But no, because as a one-stop center, all throughout the process from point A to point Z, we could be there to assist you. That way, okay, if there's something that happens in between, okay, there will be someone in the name of Powers America that will be there to help you out and to protect you, to support you, and to appreciate you. All right. So thanks so much, Jim, for that wonderful background or presentation about Powers America. Now, at this time, okay, in the advocacy for ethical nurse recruitment, we wanted to introduce you our partner hospitals. Okay, there are hospitals that are still in the works right now, but these are so far the hospitals that we have already officially linked. Okay, so far in this year, and as well as having nurses that were already petitioned by these hospitals. Okay, so to introduce to you these hospitals and what are the specifics of the contracts, and we're very transparent on this. We give this beforehand, even the nurse apply before the nurse applies to us, because we're confident that okay, the program itself is built to be unbeatable. Now I'm gonna give you okay to our chief executive officer. She's a Filipino nurse attorney, a nurse in the Philippines, and a nurse here in the United States. She graduated her bar and passed the licensure exam for lawyers, basically in the Philippines, and still in good standing up to this date. And she's also a real estate broker. She's a graduate of master's degree in nursing, major in psychiatric nursing, also a master's degree in nursing education, and she has a Juris Doctor degree in laws as well. So I probably mentioned to you, she's also a legal nurse consultant here in the United States. And to talk about our partner hospitals and what are the contracts, because again, you want to make sure that you know what you're going to be signing up to before you even be bounded to any agency. So for ethical recruitment purposes, okay, we're presenting to you our partner hospitals through our president and chief executive officer for both Powerhouse Philippines and Powerhouse America. That would be Attorney Arlene G. Painagan. Attorney, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. And good evening here in Texas. It's an honor to be with you today in order to talk about the inclusions of the hospitals where we are partnering with. And of course, our secondary purpose here is not it's to educate and to give you some clues on how to observe the ethical recruitment for nurses to the United States. So our primary concern is to invite you to work with our partner hospitals here in Texas and some other states in the United States. And secondly, to let you know what are the pros and the cons, to know what are the red flags, okay, when it comes to recruitment of nurses. So I'm working hand in hand with the Philippine Nurses Association here in San Antonio, Texas, and as well as in the United States. So it's in the national level, okay, supporting their program on ethical recruitment for nurses. Much has been said, much has been presented by the two presenters. Mine is to summarize our visions and our missions, our approach and our goal, and of course, to give you an upfront and detailed offer of the different hospitals where we are working hand in hand. So may I start by sharing my screen to you? Okay. So it has been stipulated and it has been emphasized by Sir Iam that when it comes to needs of nurses here in the United States, so it's really a big problem in the entire US. It's not just for hospitals, but also with different facilities or nursing facilities, because we are all experiencing a big shortage for nurses, not just because of the recession or the retrogression that have happened in the last years, but also because many of the nurses here in the United States have already retired, and plus the effects and the implications of the pandemic that have happened in the last 2 years. And this problem is not only felt by the states here in US, but also it is felt globally. In fact, there in the Philippines, many of our hospitals and our facilities are also suffering this problem on shortage for nurses. So to put the story short, it takes 5 to 10 years before this shortage can be addressed. Now, for the need and our advocacy, so it has been emphasized by IAM that we are advocating for the nurses and of course for the hospital as well. So nurses advocacy in the sense that we are meant to protect the welfare of the Filipino nurses when they are hired as nurses here in the United States. Yes, it's nice to hear that everybody is coming over here. It's nice to hear that, oh, I will be hired by a hospital or a facility. And because of that, the tendency is we will lose and we'll miss the point, okay, if we are indeed given the benefits that we deserve. That's why at this point of time, we would like to educate our nurses. So when you would apply for US, you should know what to choose. You should know what to consider. Okay, it's not all about US in general. It's not all about the numbers or the dollars in particular. Okay, you have to consider other factors. And for the nurses, we're not just only existing here with our minds. Yes, I am a lawyer, but I'm not only operating with my mind and my thoughts, but I believe that we are more just and fair if we root it with our compassion. So my being a just and a fair lawyer is rooted with my being a nurse for 30 years. So with that, nurses, rest assured that it's not all about money here by Powerhouse America. Basically, you should be coming to the United States with your benefits and privileges commensurate to your qualifications, commensurate to your experience. And another thing, for the hospital as well, we should be fair also. I was a hiring manager when I was working as the manager and an interim chief nursing officer of a hospital. I was one of those leadership who was holding a leadership role, who had been begging to different staffing agencies, okay, to send the nurses to our hospital because we don't have any nurse to take care of our patients. I, as the nurse manager and an interim chief nursing officer, worked in the floor just to help the staff so that the staff will not be drowning. And what I have experienced and what I have discovered was that many of the staffing agencies, okay, are demanding very high rate for the nurses, in which the amount is not actually received by the nurse. So they were requiring the hospitals, our hospital at that time, to pay $115 to $120 an hour. But what was given to the nurse? The nurse was given $35 without benefit. Okay, meaning to say they're not entitled to a retirement benefit. They're not entitled to a time and a half in case of overtime. They're not entitled to a night shift differential, and they're not entitled to a weekend differential. So in other words, the nurses were made as a milking cow. Why? Because the agencies are earning triple, quadruple more than what the nurse is actually earning. And it's the nurse who's putting her butt. It's the nurse who is giving his hard labor to take care of the patients here in the United States, but somebody is earning a lot. I was trying to calculate, guys, for one nurse, if you have to cut $6 for one nurse in a 3-year contract, the office or the agency will get around $50,000 to $70,000, and that's more or less 5 million in peso. So with that, I realized that there's a need, okay, to act as a catalyst for change here. And that's now the role of Powerhouse America. We have to break this because the hospital was left with no choice but to pay these nurses, these agency nurses, okay, very high rate, okay, although only a major amount will be received by the nurse. And of course, we also have to stop this practice of selling nurses, bidding nurses to the highest bidder, okay, without the benefits that they are supposed to receive. That is the role of Powerhouse in creating a different and a unique model, okay, in which our approach here is win-win situation. Okay, an advantage to the nurse and an advantage to the hospital, and which will redound to the benefit of our patients and our medical profession. So our goal here in general is to make a real, or to give each nurse a real American dream, that the real American dream will happen. What kind of American dream, guys? Is that the dream that we will be taking care of 20 to 30 elderly, being stressed of giving the medications to 20 to 30 people or patients, which we are used to experience when we are working in our hospital there in the Philippines? Is it the real American dream when you will be bathing 20 to 30 elderly, okay, in a skilled facility? You are stressed that someone may fall and that you will be sued by the patients and their family members? Is that the real American dream, that you will be sent to a place in which you didn't even know how far it is because you were just told that anywhere in the United States? Is that an real American dream, that somebody is becoming rich of your hard-earned labor? Of course, it's not the real American dream that we want to happen. What we want to happen is that we will be given our fair due, okay, our fair benefits, and we are also living, okay, with a nice life with our respective family. Okay. And of course, we are giving our best care to our patients, and we are rendering our best services to the hospital. That is the real American dream that we have been aiming, guys. And this is why Powerhouse had made contracts and collaborations with different healthcare systems in order to assist our nurses to attain the real American dream. Now, Powerhouse, okay, have collaborated with two categories of healthcare system. The first one is the partly paid, okay, healthcare system, in which part of the expenses for their migration to the United States will be catered by the nurse. Okay. However, they are assured of a high starting rate, and then they are also given the opportunity to be hired even though they are not currently working in the bedside. And the second one, but still the nurse will be hired or will be working in a hospital and not in a skilled facility, not in an acute care facility that they will be handling 20 to 30 patients alone. Okay. Now, the other category is the all expenses paid program, okay, in which all the expenses, okay, will be paid by the hospital. So I'm speaking of expenses for the nurse, okay, and of course the petition would include the family members. However, their starting rate, okay, will be based on their qualifications, most importantly, their years of experience as a nurse, and that those hospital or the healthcare system requires a current bedside nursing experience of not less than 2 years. Okay, if and when the nurse is away or has been away from bedside, it should not be more than 1 year. So that is what is being required by the all expenses paid program. And that I will also be showing to you the hospitals and their inclusions and offers if it is partly paid, it's a partly paid pathway. Okay. Now, this partly paid expenses is offering sign-in bonus, and the all expenses paid program is not offering sign-in bonus because all of the expenses, like they are appropriating more than $1 million for each nurse to be able to migrate to the United States. Okay, Now, the first partly paid expenses pathway or hospital that we're in contract with is the San Antonio Behavioral Healthcare Hospital. Now, this hospital has been my home in the last 3 years. I was hired as a nurse manager, okay, in this hospital. I was hired as an assistant director in the intake department, and I was an interim chief nursing officer, okay, being a master's in psychiatric nursing degree holder. So with that, we will see the video. We'll watch the video of this hospital.
San Antonio Behavioral Healthcare Hospital is a leading provider of acute care psychiatric services and substance abuse treatment. Located in the Northwest San Antonio Medical Center, SABHH provides a trauma-informed care environment with evidence-based treatment for adults, adolescents, children, active duty military, and veterans. We are committed to providing the highest quality of care that is tailored to the individual needs of each patient.
San Antonio Behavioral Healthcare Hospital is dedicated to providing compassionate, trauma-informed treatment to every patient we serve. We believe intensely in the trauma-informed care approach to treatment, which means we recognize individual traumas that our patients may have experienced throughout their lifetime.
At SABHH, our goal is to provide you with a safe, clean, and comfortable environment. We are a 198-bed hospital offering state-of-the-art anti-ligature facilities, centralized dining, access to outdoor courtyards, a sports court, and a gymnasium. We're dedicated to providing evidence-based treatment for a wide array of psychiatric disorders. To provide services in the most appropriate setting, we offer multiple levels of care, including inpatient and partial hospitalization, long-term rehabilitation, intensive outpatient, and virtual outpatient services. We use individualized treatment plans to meet each patient's behavioral healthcare needs at every level.
When you look at outcome studies, it's not simply psychotherapy or medications alone. I meet with the patients, the therapist meets with the patients, the nurses meet with the patients. We do that collectively and we do that individually. The therapists also run our groups so they can see how patients function not only individually, but in a group setting, and can then better address what their issues are, both in an individual setting and in a group setting. Once a patient presents to our facility, if the determination is made to admit the patient to the facility, treatment is initiated. But once we reach a point of stability, we can then step that patient down to our outpatient program so they can continue with treatment, not only treatment as far as meeting with their psychiatrist, meeting with their therapist, but also transitioning back to the real world. We realize that these are difficult times, and not only are our interventions in order to keep our patients safe and to keep our fellow staff members safe important, but it's also important for us to understand what the community is dealing with as a whole. This virus has had a tremendous impact on people's mental health. So not only is it about making sure that people are safe from the virus, but it's making sure that we continue to provide effective, competent mental health interventions that are beneficial for our patients during these unprecedented times.
San Antonio Behavioral Healthcare Hospital is now providing electroconvulsive therapy, or more commonly referred to as ECT, which is a highly effective procedure used to treat mental illness, including those suffering with severe depression. ECT has also been shown to help treat bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and many other illnesses. In fact, it is considered one of the most effective treatments used in behavioral medicine today. ECT can provide relief for patients who haven't improved with medication, psychotherapy, or other forms of treatment.
ECT is very significant in that it is not only a great treatment for major depression and bipolar disorder, as well as catatonia. ECT is a very safe modality of treatment that tends to have a rapid recovery in symptoms, which sometimes we're not able to get with traditional medications.
We've had quite a few patients who've come through the facility who've been suffering from severe depression, severe psychosis, severe mania, and ECT is actually indicated for all of those conditions.
Generally, between 6 to 10 to 12 treatments, we tend to see a pretty rapid response over a 2 to 3 week time course.
For many individuals suffering from severe mental illness, ECT may be the best treatment option to help patients return to a normal and productive lifestyle. At San Antonio Behavioral Healthcare Hospital, we strive to be preeminent leaders of exceptional behavioral health care to create futures for the communities we serve.
Hello, my name is Aileen Arabit. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of San Antonio Behavioral Healthcare Hospital, where we now offer ECT services. Welcome to our hospital.
Okay, that was San Antonio Behavioral Hospital. Okay, and yeah, that was our CEO when I was working there. And yeah, I am very close to her personally and professionally. That's why if Powerhouse will be the one to endorse to that hospital, they will not have any doubt. They would usually give ultimately, so far, all of our nurses who applied with San Antonio Behavioral were given a job offer. Okay, so what could be the inclusions? Can you see my my screen? Okay, can you see my screen, guys? Okay. Now, these are the inclusions of the hospital, guys. You are given an assured $36 per hour. Okay, this is your starting salary rate. Okay, and it has to be multiplied by 40 hours with 12 hours per shift. That means to say 3 shifts in a week is enough. And if you will reach 40 hours, guys, after in excess of 40 hours, then that would already be an overtime. So an overtime pay of time and a half, meaning to say 150%. So let's say you are given a minimum of 36 hours. So 1/2 of 36, guys, is, I guess, 18. 18 plus 36, okay, will be your rate per hour after working 40 hours in a week. Okay, and then you are eligible for incentives. So if there are instances that they would give over and above your hours, even you are on overtime, but because of very low, that is the staffing is really a bad one, like the shortage is really that bad, they will usually give incentives of $200 or $300 per shift, if ever, okay, if ever there's a need, okay, and then $5,000 sign-on bonus, which will be released, okay, in the first 30 days of your work, and then with night shift differential, the night shift differential is more or less $3, and the weekend differential is more or less $4 to $5. Then 401k retirement funds program. This is when you will get a portion of your salary, guys, and then in preparation of your retirement, they will also give a share, okay, coming from the hospital's funds in order to counter your retirement funds, okay, and then paid time off or vacation leave or sick days, just like you will be given 7.5 to 8 hours per paid day, and if you will accumulate that, okay, and then if you accumulate that, then you can use that for your vacation if you want to go back to the Philippines, and then you will still receive your pay. And then medical, dental, vision, life insurance, which includes your family members. Okay, of course, a portion of your salary will be taken for your medical, dental, life insurance, but it's just a portion. Okay, 70 to 75% of that will be coming from the hospital. And the contract is 2 years contract. This is based on years and not on hours. So the counting will start on your first day of work in the physical site. That is San Antonio Behavioral Hospital. Okay, so this is my contract with them. Okay, as what was emphasized by Sir Iam. So why not going directly to the hospital? And we will no longer go to Powerhouse. The importance of having an agency in contract with the hospital is that you are assured and you are safe, because All these benefits are stipulated in our contract between the hospital and Powerhouse. Okay, and you cannot say that, oh, once we arrive in United States, there's no more position. Okay, and the hospital would just say, oh, we don't have position anymore. It's already closed because it's already filled up. Okay, it's also part of our contract that this particular number of nurses, okay, will be needed coming from Powerhouse. Okay, so that was San Antonio Behavioral Healthcare Hospital, which is located here in San Antonio, Texas, USA. Another behavioral hospital, which will give you a partly paid pathway and which gives you an assurance of high starting rate, is the Reno Behavioral Healthcare Hospital, which is located in the state of Nevada. State of Nevada is the state where Las Vegas is located. Okay, so we'll watch San Antonio, Reno Behavioral Hospital.
From the moment you walk in, you soon discover the Reno Behavioral Healthcare Hospital difference. The 124-bed hospital was designed to provide a therapeutic environment for healing and recovery, with lots of natural light, breathtaking views, with access to outdoors, sunshine, and fresh air. However, as beautiful as the setting is, our goal is to be known for our clinical programming and the level of service we provide to patients and family members. Our staff of caring professionals are well trained to provide the very best in mental health and addiction treatment, while always respecting the dignity and privacy of our patients. We offer numerous inpatient and outpatient programs designed to stabilize patients, increase skill building, and return them to an improved level of functioning. Treatment also includes art and music activities, as well as recreational therapy in our spacious gym. Patients receive 3 meals a day, restaurant style, in our comfortable cafe. We invite you to join us on our journey to elevate the standard of care and give people a quality option for their treatment. Visit us at renobehavioral.com.
Let's talk.
Okay, that was Reno Behavioral Hospital. And what are the inclusions? These are the inclusions. Still $36 an hour. Okay, and you have to have a maximum of $40 in a week before you can have your overtime of 150% or time and a half. Okay, and then you are eligible for incentives, for sign-on bonus, with night shift differential, with weekend differential, 401 retirement funds, okay, and then paid time off, medical, dental, vision, or life insurance, and 2 years contract. Exactly the same with what was being offered by San Antonio Behavioral. And this is in Reno, Nevada. Nevada is where Las Vegas is found. Okay, so it's just like 30 minutes away from Las Vegas. Okay, so that is a Reno Behavioral Healthcare Hospital, and this is my contract, our contract, okay, with the hospital, so that you are assured that all the benefits which are offered, okay, can be given to you. Because if it is not given, it is now Powerhouse America, okay, who would go to the hospital and ask for such benefit, which is due to the nurse. But of course, the nurse is under the employment of the hospital, not the employee of Powerhouse America. Okay, and the next one is the Bakersfield Behavioral Healthcare Hospital, which is located in the state of California. So may we watch the video of Bakersfield.
Welcome. My name is Amber Smithson, and I'm the Director of Business Development here at Bakersfield Behavioral Healthcare Hospital, located in beautiful Southern California. It is my absolute pleasure to share with you some information about our hospital in hopes you'll want to join our amazing team. We will share with you some information on our programs that we offer and how our hospital is able to help so many in the California area. Please join me as we take a tour of our fantastic facility, our beautiful city, and our wonderful state of California. And lastly, listen in as we interview one of our psychiatrists, our chief nursing officer, and some of our amazing registered nurses.
As individuals walk in our doors, they are greeted with a warm environment and a warm welcome. Bakersfield Behavioral Healthcare Hospital rests on 8.8 acres of land and is centrally located in our community. Our facility and its roughly 275 valued employees have the great privilege of helping not only the Bakersfield area residents, but those in need throughout the great state of California. Bakersfield Behavioral is a privately owned, 90-bed, freestanding psychiatric and medical detox hospital. Our 90 beds account for 75% of all of the psychiatric beds in Kern County. Currently, we have 12 beds specifically for our 5 to 12-year-old population, and the rest of our beds are evenly divided up between our adolescent and adult populations. We are firm believers in providing a full continuum of care at Bakersfield Behavioral Healthcare Hospital, and that is just one of the reasons that we also offer 2 levels of outpatient care. In our outpatient programs, we're able to provide varying days and times to help with either 9 or 20 hours a week of intensive group therapy, medication management, and personalized treatment planning. We now invite you to join us as we share some of the amazing sights of our hometown and the state of California. Bakersfield is home to many breathtaking views and attractions. Our rolling hills filled with beautiful blossoms, our majestic lakes and rivers, our fragrant orchards of fresh fruits, nuts, and vegetables, our awe-inspiring sunsets, and not to mention our local cranes, who have made their home right here on the hospital's property. Bakersfield is the 9th largest city in California, with a median home value of just over $350,000. Due to the central location of Bakersfield, you're never more than a few hours away from any of your favorite must-see locations. Whether you want to walk on the beach at sunset, take a short cruise out to the neighboring islands, hike grand mountains, or gaze up at some of the world's largest trees, we can help you with that. If you want to join Mickey Mouse at the happiest place on earth, or visit the entertainment capital of the world at Universal Studios, we can help with that. You don't have to drive out of town to have great things to do on an evening or a weekend. Bakersfield has many local museums, art galleries, concerts, big name entertainment, sports, and fun for all ages.
Okay, so that was Bakersfield. Okay, so Bakersfield, as what I mentioned, is located in the state of California. And as we all know, guys, the state of California has a high cost of living, and they also have their local tax or state tax. That is why our contract with Bakersfield Behavioral Healthcare Hospital is that the minimum or the starting rate should be 52.29 per hour. Okay, so you might be thinking, why is it that Reno Behavioral and San Antonio Behavioral is just 36? That is even very high for Texas, and they're very high for Reno. Why? Because they don't have a state tax. Here in California, the high cost of living is really high. Okay, so before I forgot, guys, Reno is 30 minutes away from Lake Tahoe and not from Las Vegas. It takes hours, many hours to drive to Las Vegas, just to be accurate. Okay, so if you would see, if you are earning 8,366 a month, that is more or less 437,000 in Philippine money. So it's more or less $500,000. Okay. And then if you would exceed in your 40 hours a week of work, then you will also have a time and a half as your overtime pay. Okay. So what is 52 divided by 2? That's 26 to be added to your 52. And that would be 78 an hour after 4 hours. Okay. So it's the same thing, eligible for incentives, sign-in bonus with night shift differential, with weekend differential, your retirement funds, okay, and then paid time off, medical, dental insurance, and 2 years contract. So these 3 hospitals belong to Signature Healthcare Hospital, which is the healthcare system, okay, in partnership with Powerhouse, which is in partnership with Powerhouse America. And there are 16 other hospitals in the entire United States. Right now, what we are giving, guys, are these 3 hospitals that belongs to that healthcare system. Okay, now let's proceed to the all expenses paid program. But prior to that, prior to the all expenses paid program, I would like to emphasize that this partly paid pathway of migrating to US, okay, although there's a con, just like when you are going to spend some money, part of your migration expenses are coming over here. However, there are also pros, like there are also advantages like automatic 36, okay? It doesn't matter how many years, or you are still 2 years of nursing experience, or if you're in California, it's $52, or it will also accept nurses who are not currently working in the bedside, okay? And another thing for the behavioral hospital is that if you are the kind of nurse who is not really well-trained and skillful in the operating of different machines, okay? So it's more on facilitation and therapeutic use of technique, then this could be your place. This could be the best place for you to work. Okay, so let's move on to the all expenses paid program. And this is now the Methodist Hospital of San Antonio, Texas. So all expenses paid program, meaning to say all these expenses will be taken care of by the hospital. And then when you arrive here, your salary will never be deducted, will never be cut by Powerhouse as an agency. Because as what was emphasized by Sir Iam, we are not dependent on the nurse money, but we are being paid by the hospital to do our job, which is to seek qualified nurses to work with our team. Okay, so what does it mean if it's the all expenses paid program? Nclex and IELTS expenses will be reimbursed. Maximum of $1,500 or $1,500. So that includes the review and the exam fees. Then EP3, and then the IELTS expenses is $353, if I'm not wrong, dollars. This includes the review and the exam fees. We call this as IELTS, guys, because when we forged the MOA, or when we signed the MOA last year, so the OET was not yet recognized by CGFNS because the OET was just recognized in August 1. So this time you can take OET. However, the budget which will be released by the hospital by virtue of our agreement is the cost which is budgeted for IELTS. And then EP3 application fees. This includes your application in the USCIS and in the NBC. This will be taken care of by the hospital. And it will be an expedited process or premium processing, which means the hospital will pay $2,500, okay, to USCIS in order that your I-140 will be evaluated in a matter of 15 days rather than a minimum of 6 months in that particular stage. And then the lawyer's fee of the nurse. The lawyer's fee of the nurse, because you will have your lawyer who will enter appearance to the USCIS if you are on premium processing. So that lawyer's fee is really, really huge, supposedly, but it will be catered by the hospital. Visa screen, okay, so this is the step 4, okay, the NVC or the National Visa Center, okay, will screen your documents if you're qualified, like you are really an Nclex passer and or CGFNS passer, plus you pass the English proficiency exam, then you will be given your visa certificate. You will be eligible for interview. Then that cost there will be catered by the hospital. License endorsement for those who are passers for Nclex from the other states like Illinois, like in New York, okay, so in Arizona and California, then okay, you need to endorse your license before you can work in Texas. And for Powerhouse America and Methodist, we are requiring that once you apply and you accept the job offer, you should have endorsed your license to Texas so that it would be smooth for you. Once you arrive here, then you will automatically work as a nurse. Okay, that cost for the license endorsement will also be catered by the hospital. The medical exam for the nurse, this will happen if you're in the Philippines, usually it's St. Luke's. It's really the St. Luke's, which is delegated or designated by USCIS to do the medical examination. And then the airfare in coming to the US, that's one way, of course. And then the housing assistance, okay, this will be 3 months if you have no dependent. So even if you have dependent, but in the first month of coming here, you go ahead with your family, so you are alone, then Powerhouse America can offer that housing assistance, because it's the nurse who will be placed in a dormitory. But if you are you have dependents, after 1 month your family will go with you. Okay, the 2 months, okay, additional housing assistance cannot be given to you, because the hospital will pay the lawyer's fee of your first 2 dependents. That means to say, if you have your husband and your kid or child, then your husband and your kids' lawyer's fee will be catered by the hospital. Okay, if you come over here and then you don't have a dependent, you can avail the 3 months housing assistance. Okay, other post-arrival services will be given. Once you arrive here, you will be assisted to do the onboarding process. You need to have another medical exam from a third party, a drug screen from a third party. We will apply for your social security number. We will apply for the release of your license, and as well as follow up of your green card. You need to open a bank account. You need to be introduced to car agencies, but without any commission by the Powerhouse. You will be exposed to simulations, okay, and a post-arrival orientation by the Philippine Nurses Association here in San Antonio, being the current vice president. Okay, and of course, Methodist would also, okay, welcome you guys. Okay, so that is our post-arrival service and free processing fee. So what we mean here is you will not paying anything to Powerhouse, okay, because Powerhouse is paid by the hospital. Okay, and again, as what I mentioned, okay, they have a lot of inclusions, but we will first watch the video for Methodist. Methodist that is hiring this time is the Methodist Main and the Methodist Children. These are the buildings, guys, and we have 6 other Methodists here in San Antonio. And this has been awarded as the best hospital for 4 consecutive years. What I have here is 21-22, just recently, the 22-23. The best regional hospital for 22-23, 2023 is still awarded, okay, to Methodist Hospital and Methodist Children Hospital. Okay, and then these are the different okay, features of this hospital. For the adult or the main Methodist, they have 933 licensed beds with 27 operating suites, largest robotic program in the world. They are very high tech, because when they do surgery, robots are assisting the surgeons. Okay, renowned cardiac surgery services. They are best in heart transplant, guys. One of the biggest ECMO provider in the world. I guess Ryan had already explained this. If not, he would certainly explain this. This helped a lot to those who have been with COVID, because if their lungs were not functioning, then this ECMO machine would work as a lung, okay, or even as a heart. Nationally accredited level 3 trauma center, the only heart transplant program in South Texas. First accredited adult bone and marrow stem cell transplant in USA. Dedicated Joint Replacement Academy inpatient center for elective joint replacement surgery, and for the kids or for the Methodist children, 204 licensed beds with 7 operating suites, first pediatric robotic general surgery, and first level for neonatal ICU in San Antonio, and one of the largest in the nation, the first ever certified facility dog in Central Texas, and first pediatric aortic heart valve procedure in Texas, the largest pediatric bone marrow transplant program in San Antonio, and the largest congenital heart program in San Antonio. So with this alone, guys, okay, we should be reminded with the what? Res ipsa loquitur, the thing speaks for itself. With these features, we could conclude how high-tech these hospitals are. And they are also multi-awarded. Okay, so there's a lot of awards that they received, and the #1 regional hospital in the last 4 consecutive years already, because the latest result had just came out, and they have several units. Okay, so they are not just medical, that's not just surgical, they're not just OR, but they have several units in which you can fit in your qualification. Okay, we just have to emphasize that once you are hired by this hospital, okay, you cannot expect that right away you will be assured that you will be in OR. No, it's not like that, because okay, we also always consider okay the time frame before you are processing your paper until you arrive. Okay, but later I will explain further, guys. Let's first watch the video from Methodist Hospital.
Life in San Antonio is a fun place. It's a big city, but a hometown feel.
It's just really super friendly. Everywhere you go, I run into people that I know.
I would describe San Antonio as being culturally diverse. There are lots of walks of life here.
We're very rich on our culture. There's a ton of shops, ton of food. That's one thing about San Antonio is we love to eat. So if you love food, this is a great place.
What I get into for activities in the city, well, of course, the Spurs. Go Spurs go. We got the best team in the nation. We have lots of parks and trails, and I love to run outside. You have to go down to the Riverwalk. It is super fun. They got boats that you can ride and go around and see all the buildings.
The Riverwalk is its own little city in itself. It's just wonderful. There's a ton of history here. That's the other piece of San Antonio.
We have the Alamo. A lot of people tend to go there to visit what still is an historic marker. The specific reason why I joined HCA is because everyone is very friendly. Everyone is very helpful. We're like one big family. Methodist Healthcare System is a great hospital to work for. Day to day with my coworkers, it's like visiting an old friend. We talk, we laugh, we joke, we cry together.
We have a slogan, care like family. Whether you're here on another campus, it's the same thing.
I've made the closest friends I've ever had here at Methodist. It feels like home, it feels like family.
You look forward to working with your coworkers. Having that connection is what brings you back every day.
I love the people I work with. Everybody knows everybody.
It's like my second family. I really enjoy my job at Methodist. It's an environment where you can grow.
We have so many facilities in the San Antonio area, so many opportunities, and you can find a spot in just about anyone.
I started 5 years ago. I was a bedside nurse on a unit, brand new out of school, and now I'm an educator of that same unit and others.
Your staff helps you grow. My director was like, great, you want to be a manager? Let's do this.
They have a RN residency program, so for people fresh out of school, they'll invest the time in you.
They believed in me. They sent me to leadership training. They really prep you and give you the tools to help you be successful.
They're always educating. You can always get new certifications.
If you want to get certified in your area, they reimburse you for taking the test. And every year you get a bonus for being certified.
Methodist sets itself apart because they're committed to their staff.
The leaders always have an open door policy. If we have any issue whatsoever, we can always talk with them, and they're always there to back us up 100%.
We have a big voice here in the Methodist system. They value your opinion.
You get recognition for your hard work, and not only from your coworkers, but from your patients as well. San Antonio is a great city because we are forever expanding. Something's always being built. We're always opening new hospitals. There's always room for growth.
Methodist Healthcare is only going to grow, and we need good people to grow with it.
I would say to someone that wanted to come to San Antonio, we have a great city, we have lots of opportunities, and why Methodist is because of that opportunity. The sky's the limit on what you can achieve there.
Just come and try us out. Once you see how warm and inviting we are, you're not going to want to leave.
Methodist Hospital is a world-class quaternary care center serving both San Antonio and the entire South Texas region. We are very proud of our programs in lung rescue, cardiology, neurology, burn and reconstructive care, oncology, and orthopedics. Not only do we have an accredited chest pain center, but we also are a certified comprehensive stroke center. We are also the largest provider of cardiovascular services in South Texas. We house the only heart transplant program in the entire region, and we offer cutting-edge cardiac and lung care, including our renowned ECMO program. Our advanced aortic repair program treats the most critically ill patients in our region. We also have the largest robotic program in the world. Our 811-bed facility is home to the Transplant and Cellular Therapy program, which was the first FACT-accredited program in the nation. There's a reason why Methodist Hospital has been recognized by U.S. News and World Reports as the #1 best regional hospital for 2 consecutive years in a row. I know that you will find our facility is a place to take your next steps in your career. Here you will be surrounded by professionals and clinical experts committed to our patients and their safety. You'll meet amazing colleagues and be able to utilize our cutting-edge technology. We would love to have you join our team and experience firsthand the feeling and experience of working with colleagues and leaders who care for you like family and provide you the opportunity to learn, grow, and hone your skills every day. We can't wait to meet you, and I look forward to you joining our team.
Here at Methodist Children's Hospital, our nurses are passionate about the patient experience. We pride ourselves on creating exceptional moments for our patients and their loved ones. We like to say we care like family. I think you find that also true when you come to the relationship with our colleagues as well. We are one family working together to provide safe and exceptional care. As one of the few hospitals in Texas with the Level 4 maternal designation, coupled with the San Antonio First Level 4 NICU, our team works hand in hand to provide the highest level of care available for maternal and neonatal patients. Our children's hospital has grown to become one of the leading U.S. hospitals providing bone marrow and stem cell transplant, and the hospital has built a strong reputation for its pediatric congenital heart program, and oncology, orthopedic, emergency, and neurosurgery specialists. I think you will find this is the place to take the next step in your career. We look forward to meeting you and welcoming you to our family.
Okay. Okay, that was Maine Methodist Hospital and Methodist Children's Hospital. So what are the offers and the inclusions, guys? These are the offers and inclusion. It is between $30 to $40 an hour. There were instances that there were nurses who were given $29.56, but it is far above than the wage prevailing rate of San Antonio, especially the Bear County, which is just 27 plus 27.80 something. So why 30 to 40? Why is it arranged? Because they will base the offer on your experience. Okay, so the minimum experience is 2 years. So because that is also the minimum requirement by the USCIS for you to be considered as a skilled worker, as a skilled nurse for your EB3 migration here. Now, who are those who are given 36, 38, 40? There are those nurses who have been working for a long years. So long years of experience. However, let's say the minimum, the average is 33. Let's just say that the average is 33, and this is for the entire month of working. You still have 5,280 for your 3 days of work in a week. So but Filipinos will usually pick up shift. Okay, we are even working 5 days in a week. So after 40 hours of work, then you're also eligible to 150% rate per hour. That is the overtime pay. And what is good here, guys, is that this the offer that they will give will still be accruing another dollars, okay? Because they will consider your waiting time. So if you are offered, okay, this month with 38, and you will be waiting for your visa to be approved once for you to migrate to the United States for about 18 months, and you are still, okay, you are still in the bedside, then you will be given a final offer to include the additional years of service, okay? And then eligible for incentives with a clear night shift differential of +4 hours in your basic. And if you're also working not just night shift, but also during weekend, plus another 3 hours. So in other words, +7 hours if you work night shift and weekend, over and above your regular rate. Okay. And then 401k retirement funds, paid time off for vacation leave and sick leave, your insurances, Still 2 years contract based on years, not on your number of hours of service. And add on to the all expenses paid recruitment is the additional 2 months of free housing, if ever, additional 2 months, okay, additional to the 1 month from Powerhouse, if ever you don't have a dependent. If you have a dependent, only Powerhouse 1 month can be availed if you go ahead with your dependents. And then the 2 months, which is supposedly to be given by Methodist, will be allocated, okay, and even more, okay, which will be paid for the lawyer's fee of your first 2 dependents. And then free license endorsement. And as what I mentioned, additional rate or dollars will accrue during the waiting time. Okay, and this is my contract with Methodist. So there's no truth, okay, in that propaganda, which says that you don't have to be in a direct hospital because once you arrive, they can tell you that there's no vacancy no more. That is not true. I am in contract with that hospital that all those nurses that we are recommending and they have hired by giving job offers are assured of a position once they arrive here. Okay, so and that is the reason why we have to have this contract, so that all these benefits which are stipulated here are found in our contract between Powerhouse and the hospital. Okay, then I have here some of the testimonies which were sent by our nurses, and we are very excited. Okay, I have here, can I read one of the testimonies here? Within 21 days only from attending our online recruitment presentation, Powerhouse screening, coaching, initial and final hospital interviews to job offer, I would like to express my gratitude to Powerhouse America LC for the opportunity they gave me to apply as a USRN on one of the prestigious hospitals in San Antonio, Texas, the Methodist Hospital, through all expenses paid direct hire program they advocate. I am very honored to be chosen to be part of this institution, and I am working forward to work with you in achieving greater heights towards the future as I am exploring my options on agencies that will help me achieve my American dream. I came across the free orientation webinar of Powerhouse America. The webinar is packed of information about the entire process of USRN application, the orientation, the red flags and green flags to look on agencies, and the job positions, salaries, benefits, and facilities they've affiliated. They are very transparent as they show the pros and cons of everything and gave us the options that fits of life choices. They showcase everything that I need to know about the process and see how genuinely dedicated they are to help us achieve our dreams. They, the members that composes the organizations are reliable, trustworthy, and compassionate as they advocate the nurses' welfare in what they do, as they are also nurses themselves. They are very committed in helping us get the job in the hospital, as they provided us a full range, a guide interview process, as well as group discussion on how to ace the interviews. We saw the Chief CEO, Mr. Smith, Ms. Arlene, CEO, and Sir I am one of the former nurses in one of the hospitals they're affiliated with. They are very hands-on, genuine, welcoming, and always make follow-ups on where we are on the process, mostly Ms. Arlene. I am confident that I can fully rely to them to help me always achieve my American dream, step by step, one step at a time. Again, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. Okay, so I guess we can very well compare this time, guys. What are the pros and cons for the partly paid pathway and the all expenses paid pathway? You know where you are. You know if you have your current bedside. You know if you have your current bedside this time, or you are, you know where you are skilled at this point, where you are fit when it comes to your specialization, so you can choose between the 2 pathways. Okay, for Nclex sponsor, okay, this is currently open to all Nclex sponsors with whether from Powerhouse America or Powerhouse Philippines or not, but this will be exclusive by end of the year. So after this year, Okay, for the entire month of December, we'll be going to the Philippines. We'll be going to 4 big cities, specifically in Davao, Tagbilaran, Cebu, and in Makati City to do the recruitment face-to-face. And then we can no longer assure after that we will be hiring nurses from other review centers, because we also have our 200 nurses enrolled with us for our Nclex this time. Mostly, or half of them, are being sponsored by the hospital for their Nclex expenses. That includes the review and their Nclex exam fees. And then once they pass the Nclex, then they will be the one to be prioritized for the petition. And for the non-Nclex passers, sponsorship or reimbursement for the Nclex and IELTS expenses is 100% exclusive for Powerhouse Nclex enrollees only. Now, we are still opening, okay, we are still waiting for slots to be given by the hospital, okay, for the calendar year 2023. And Powerhouse America is also allocating in a month for Nclex assistance. That means to say we will pay for the Nclex exam, okay, and we will give them a free Nclex reviews, okay, if they meet the criteria or qualification. This is to lessen, okay, the burden, the financial burden of the nurses. However, for this Nclex sponsorship, we don't screen those who are not enrolled with us for Nclex reviews. Okay. In fact, today when we had a meeting, we were told by the management that they needed to know the scores and then the performance of the applicant. And what is good with the non-Nclex is, even though there are not yet Nclex passers and you qualify for the sponsorship, because you will be interviewed by the hospital, okay, the same process with Nclex passers, that you will be interviewed by your employer, not by Powerhouse. Powerhouse will just do the initial screening, initial interview and coaching, but the final interview will be done by the hospital. They are also, the non-Nclex passers who will be for sponsorship program will also be interviewed by the hospital. And once they pass and they're chosen, they're given a provisional job offer. That means to say, even though they are not yet Nclex passer, they already have their offer. The only problem that they need to attend is to pass the Nclex exam. Once they pass, no more interview, they will automatically be petitioned. Okay? Okay, so email us with your resume, specifically if you're an Nclex passer. Submit your resume, okay, and attach your Nclex result to phamericalc@gmail.com. Or if you don't have the Nclex result yet, specify what particular state did you pass in your Nclex exam. And for the non-Nclex passer, okay, get the best package at low cost. So the enrollment is still going on because season 6 will start next Saturday. Okay, not this Saturday. It's gonna be next Saturday. This the season 6 will start, and it's gonna be unlimited Nclex review until you pass. Okay, and this will be with integration of the new generation Nclex. So with that, guys, I know that you are now eager to ask questions, but before that, I wanted you to see the process of the EB3. I have here a video for EB3 before Sir Iam will give you a wrap up on the Nclex reviews, and we'll proceed to the Q&A thereafter.
U.S. immigration and visa sponsorship can be a long and tedious process. Lucky for you, Powerhouse America is here to guide you throughout the whole journey. Our goal in this video is to teach Filipino nurses the process of bringing their nursing career to the U.S. alongside Powerhouse America. The process relies heavily on the EB3 visa, which is vital for nurses who want to work and become permanent residents in the U.S. with their immediate family members. An EB3 visa requires 4 things to get started and move with efficiency and speed. These are an open position, a qualified worker, a petitioner, and your Powerhouse America agent recruiter. Let's talk more about each of these. Number 1, the open position. Since there is a large shortage of nurses across the U.S., open positions are widely available to all interested and qualified nurses. Number 2, the qualified worker. The EB-3 visa focuses solely on skilled workers and professionals, wherein nurses fall under this category. Qualifying for this means having a nursing degree and have passed the Nclex or state boards and the IELTS. Number 3, a petitioner. This is a lawful employer who files an employment-based immigrant visa, submits an I-40, and demonstrates the ability to pay the worker as their future employer with the USCIS. In this case, the employer would be the hospital or other healthcare facilities. Number 4, the agent. This is the local company that works to get things started and to act as a liaison, to do the legwork, hire the immigrant lawyer, and collect the requirements. They provide the education and arrangement with the employer to complete the immigrant petition, thus making your American dream happen. Now let's talk about the steps. The first step for the employee or nurse is to pass the Nclex, which is a U.S. nursing exam requirement to work as a nurse. Since Powerhouse America started off as a training and review center for exams such as the Nclex, it offers a pristine review program delivered by veteran nurse instructors and educators who have been teaching Nclex courses. These instructors work all across the U.S. and are all U.S. RNs themselves. Once the applicant has passed the Nclex exam, Powerhouse America will provide the IELTS or International English Language Testing System review for courses for the IELTS exam, which is a required English proficiency test. Once the nurse passes the Nclex and IELTS, they will be assisted by Powerhouse America to apply for the visa screen. At this point, Powerhouse America, along with their immigrant lawyers, and in close coordination with the petitioner hospital, will work with the applicant to provide the documents needed to submit the I-140 document package. The I-140 is a series of documents containing required government forms with information about the applicant as well as the petitioner. After submitting the I-140, the USCIS will then evaluate, resulting in 3 outcomes: approval, denial, or request that more information is required. When the USCIS requires more information regarding the nurse employee or hospital employer, this normally leads to additional delay. However, this will often result in approval. Once approved, the USCIS assigns a priority date to the employee. A priority date is an employee's place in line for a visa based on the date the petition was filed and is given on a first-come, first-served basis. A priority date may take a minimum of 6 months, but up to several years, depending on the needs of the nurses in the U.S. Once the applicant's priority date is current, they are now ready to enter the immigrant visa stage, which is controlled by the government entity known as the National Visa Center. There are many steps to this process, but it is important to know that the petitioner hospital is paying fees and submitting more documents with the facilitation of Powerhouse America on behalf of the applicant to the NVC for approval. Just like the USCIS, the NVC can request more documents that may further delay the process. At this point in time, Powerhouse America will be working hard with the goal of getting the applicant into a completed case status. After completing this stage, Powerhouse America would prepare the applicant for the interview at the U.S. Embassy, along with document preparation and medical examination coordination for the nurse, employee, and immediate family members. The medical exam is provided by USCIS assigned hospital. Powerhouse America will then provide coaching for the expected questions asked during the embassy interview and review the list of documents which would need to be presented. After successfully passing the interview, the applicant's visa will now be approved and the release date scheduled by the U.S. Embassy. The applicant would now fly and move to the U.S. with their immediate family members. Upon arrival, Powerhouse America will guide the nurse employee by helping to provide a place to stay for the first month and assist in the application for each family's Social Security number. This SSN is a vital requirement for the nurse employee to work. Additionally, Powerhouse America will assist the nurse employee to process each family member's green card, and at that time, the nurse will begin their nursing career with the employer hospital as arranged by Powerhouse America. Now, the nurse's employment-based immigrant visa application in the U.S. is finally complete, making your American dream happen.
All right. So that was the process, guys, from stage 1 to stage 5. It's really a very tedious one. That's why that's the work. That's why we are here for. After facilitating for the recruitment, Powerhouse America will work hand in hand with the hospital and the law firm who will be handling your case. Okay. And with that, it has been said that Powerhouse is a one-stop center. You don't have to look for a review center for Nclex, and after that you have to work to look for another review center for your English, and then Powerhouse can give you all that, your Nclex and your IELTS, and once you pass, then we have your all expenses paid, or it could be the partly paid program. So with that, I'm going to give you back to IM to talk about Nclex.
Thank you, Attorney, for that very detailed, transparent presentation about those hospitals. So key differences there is that, okay, our nurses are deployed in hospitals, not in a acute rehab, not in a skilled nursing, not a group home or a home care setting. Plus, they get experience-based salary range, which is always higher than the staffing agency nurses. They get full benefits as a regular employee of the hospital. Great thing about there is knowing where they will be going. Even right now, they're not going to be going to any other areas that are not within those hospitals. So you're not going to be thrown out into a middle of nowhere, okay? And the contract durations are 2 years. You are the full employee benefit, you have the full employee benefits. So overtime pays time and a half. Night shift differential and weekend differentials are based on percentages. So that $4 an hour for $4 an hour additional, for example, that was based on a 16%. Okay, if it was $32 or $33. So again, that varies onto how big is your salary. Okay. So, and again, what's good there is that, okay, you're being advocated for, and you would have the post-arrival services when you get here to the United States. So allow me to present to you very quick about our Nclex review program. Okay. This is our unlimited Nclex review program for the last 16 years. And of course, our review is our topmost priority. So yes, hospitals that are in partner with us, for example, Methodist Hospital, they are even interviewing nurse applicants, even if they don't have the Nclex yet. They have not passed the Nclex yet, provided that they are Powerhouse America's Nclex reviewees. So basically, it's only open right now. If you are not an Nclex passer yet, it's only open right now for our Nclex review. They are our priorities. But you get a chance to hop in because our next season, season 6, starts next Saturday. Okay, and that would be an unlimited until you pass your Nclex examination. So just key features, just gonna run through it real quick. Okay, it will be live lectures via Zoom. It's not a recorded video, but it's a live lecture. Although you could request for a recording, for example, if you're gonna be missing that certain lecture, for example. And okay, it's weekends only. Okay, that means it's Saturday and Sunday. Now we're trying to change our times and conduct the lectures. It's 8 hours on Saturday, 8 hours on Sunday, but basically it will be 1 to 5 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday, and then when you get a 1 hour break, and then we'll resume at 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. So that the lectures and okay, the live instructions will be via Zoom on Saturdays and Sunday only. That means you still have the time to do your errands and even to work, most importantly, on the weekdays. Okay, if, for example, if you're working on the weekends, then you submit a request for a recording because you could not attend the lecture because you're on duty or you have to work on that weekend. that will provide you the recording. So it's not just on weekends only. On the weekdays, you will be given some drills or exam or post test where you could answer at your own pacing and your own timing, and that will have the rationale with it as well. It will be based on the applicable test plan. So we know that the next generation Nclex is coming up next year, starting April. So starting season 6, we are already integrating our Nclex NGN concepts as well. Okay, as to the format of the questions, okay, that will already be part of the Nclex NGN starting next Saturday. Our instructors are based here in the United States, and a lot of them are also in the Philippines. Okay, and you are going to be given handouts for key topic areas that you might need. Okay, that you can go through on your weekdays, and a lot of notes. You're going to get a lot of notes. Like, you're going to be tired writing notes and concepts and other concepts. That's what you're paying for, the concepts and the test taking techniques right there. And provided also with the season 6 is that, okay, your review fee already includes the Nclex application or processing assistance. So instead of paying like a big sum of money for an Nclex processing, it's already included in your Nclex review. So that's given to you already for free, okay, because that's part of your Nclex review. So the Nclex processing itself, for example, for Texas Board of Nursing, because we primarily process for Texas, it's gonna be a 6 to 8 month of processing time. That's how long the process is, and it has been that way for years. So with that, we could make sure that, okay, you're gonna be able to meet your acceptable timelines as to when your target date for the examination is, and we can provide you one-to-one consultation. And if you have questions, you can message our Nclex processing page if you do have some concerns. Also, great thing is you're gonna be answering a lot of test drill items. So for example, our reviewees last season, they were answering like 8 mock exams and really like thousands of post-test questions. So for season 6, none of those questions for the mock exams will be repeating because it's a brand new set of mock exams integrating NGN as well. And on top of that, okay, you're going to be not just answering the questions, because it's not just about the scores in the post-test, in the mastery exam, in the simulation or mock boards. It's not the score that counts, but it's the rationale. Okay. Aside from that, you will be also given your computer adaptive test. Since Nclex is an online examination, so we do have our own test bank, basically. So you will be provided with a username and a password that is individual to you. Okay, that is individualized to you. So that means basically you are gonna be able to answer hundreds and thousands of Nclex type questions. And lastly would be the unlimited Nclex review if you're signing up with our EB3 program. If you decide to do the partly paid or the all expenses paid pathway, whichever you think works best for you, then we would be able to help you by doing it unlimited and continuous until you pass your Nclex examination. So what you're seeing right now, that there is an example, of course, of the Nclex CAT, or like the online test bank. So aside from post-test, mock exams, drills, you would also have your own account. So it would have a timer at the upper part and a calculator at the lower part, and it will have give you the question at the very end. You can go and hover the rationale. Okay, so you'll be given 50 logins, minimum of 75 items. So just think about it. Okay, so 75 items. If I do the math, times 50 logins, that's around 3,750 questions already. Plus you have your post-test, pre-diagnostic, post-diagnostic, mock exams. So you're looking at around more or less 6,000 questions to be practicing before you're taking your actual Nclex. Oh, not actually 6,000. It's gonna be more around 7,000 or 8,000 because we'll be putting in the new set of mock exams. So that's a lot of questions to practice. Okay, so you're gonna be having a lot of information overload during the review. That way we give you the content. And again, what's best here is that it's unlimited until you pass, and it's continuous. The lecture part where you would have to be there for 8 hours would be Saturday and Sunday only, weekends only, and then the weekdays would be at your own pace as well. You could also spend that in looking at the recorded videos as well. So these are just the key highlights. Again, it already includes the the Nclex processing on the review fee. So, for example, there was a season that started in July, so they will be ending this weekend. So this weekend will be their last. That basically means next weekend they will be hopping into season 6. So the new batch will start this next weekend. So if you're looking for that, okay, you could hop in and join us in the season 6, which starts again this Saturday, next weekend, not this weekend. So how much? That would be a good question. So typically, you can look for US providers for Nclex review and the live lectures right there, not the recorded ones, but live lectures. Even online, that would cost you around $3,000 for like a 30-day or 32-day review program. But with this unlimited review program, because we're a US provider, we have to base it in the US market. It's probably the cheapest in the US providers. So that would only be $600 for the entire review. That includes, again, the live lectures, the mock exams, the online CAT, the Nclex processing. Everything is already packaged right there, and it's $600. So the great thing about it is that you're also not going to be asked to pay upfront the entire amount. We do understand that these are hard times, so this will be spaced. So sorry about that. Before July 30, that will actually be before next week. So that would only require a $100 enrollment fee, and then it's usually every month. Okay, like for November, that would be $150. December would be another $150. So we space it out to give consideration that majority of our reviewees are in the Philippines, and they earn the peso, not the dollar as well. So we do have reviewees in the Middle East as well. So what we're doing with season 6 is that instead of starting it at 8 o'clock in the morning, which might be as early as 2 a.m. in Saudi Arabia, so we're going to move that in the effort. We'll start at 1 p.m. That way it's already not that early in the morning for people who are in the Middle East. All right. So, and the great thing again is, okay, even if you have, let's say, for example, okay, you don't have the sponsorship right now, and you're joining the Nclex review program. So that $600 or how much you've paid to Powers at that time, that will be 100% refunded or deducted. Okay, whatever pathway you choose, if it is all expenses paid, it will be refunded to you. If it's the partly paid expenses, that will be deducted to you. And if you become a Nclex reviewee of Powerhouse, again, that goes with the priority. Okay, since for example, one of our partner hospitals, like you've met earlier, Methodist Hospital, they're giving us another volume of job offer for next year, more than what we have this year. So they will also be considering Nclex sponsorship already, as well on top of what we have this year with our students. So that means you would be given priority over those that are not Nclex reviewees. That means for every Nclex reviewee that we have, for as long as they're qualified, we always find a way that we get them into the sponsorship under our partner hospitals before those who are applying that are not currently in our Nclex review. So how to enroll? That's a good question. It only requires a $100 enrollment fee, and that's payable through a BPI account. So basically how to enroll is that just message the Facebook page Powerhouse America LLC, and someone will respond to you. It will give you an enrollment process. So just pay the $100, or I don't know what the amount it is nowadays, because before it was 5,000, but what the value is, but between peso and dollar, that would be $100, and you do that. You pay that to the BPI account back at the Philippine Islands, and then just make sure to message the Facebook page Powerhouse America LLC. That way you will be guided, okay, on how to complete the enrollment process. Okay, and this is the Facebook page, like I said. All right. So okay, if you need to enroll, how are we assured to have an employer? So the enrollment right there is not to enroll to assure that you will have an employer. The enrollment right there is for the Nclex review. What we're saying instead is that, okay, once you enroll and you're entry for as long as you're qualified, and if our partner hospitals are looking for more nurses before we interview other people, you will be given a slot first. Okay, so we do have employers. Okay, we do have hospital employers. It's just a matter of making sure if you're qualified or not. Okay, all right. So I guess that's it for just a quick wrap about our Nclex review, and I'll give back the floor to Attorney Arlene, and I think it's time for the question and answer. So if you guys have questions, okay, that you wanted to ask, okay, please do type it in the chat box, and that way, okay, we could read your question and answer it to the best that we could. All right. So Attorney Lynn, do you want me to start reading the questions, or do you have anything to say first?
Yeah, I saw the first question, which says, if we enroll in your Nclex, are we assured of an employer? Okay, so there are two things there. We cannot assure you that you will be given the sponsorship, because they will be the one to decide on whom they're going to award the sponsorship. But as of this time, we already have 85 nurses who are given full sponsorship and a provisionary offer. And then when it comes to employer, for as long as you pass the NCLEX and you are currently working at bedside, then we can assure you of the employer.
All right. Thank you so much for that clarification, Attorney Arlene. All right. So let's I have a dual citizenship, Philippines or American. Am I qualified? From Naila Knapp.
Is that qualified for NCLEX or qualified for recruitment? So if it's a NCLEX, it's regardless of whether or not you are a American citizen or a Filipino citizen, as long as you meet the requirements that you are a graduate of nursing degree, and then you're comply with the requirements such as your transcript of records and the CS evaluation. You have a good record. I'm talking about background check, then you can qualify for NCLEX. Now for recruitment, okay, if you're a American citizen, the more that you are qualified, because you don't have to be petitioned. Okay, you just have to be placed in the hospital. Okay.
That's right. And you could probably apply directly to the hospital instead of doing this route right here. That's just an honest answer right there, because you're qualified. We're not going to be processing for any papers for petition. I don't think it's fair for the hospital to pay us to do something that we don't do. So it's better that we could recommend you to the hospital. We could help you with that, but basically don't need to get paid for something that we don't do. All right. Is there a chance for sponsorship on Nclex review? There is a chance for Nclex sponsorship, but that is exclusive for now for our Nclex reviewees. So, but if you join the season 6, for example, then yes, of course you do. All right. So what if I am only waiting for ADT since it's do it yourself application? Am I still qualified for the sponsorship? Do you mind answering that one, Attorney?
Yes, if you are not an enrollee of Powerhouse for Nclex, then we cannot recommend you to be screened and interviewed for the sponsorship. However, wait until you pass, and then we can certainly recommend you to be screened by the hospital.
That's right, yeah. Because there's like thousands of applicants right now, 6,000 applicants, and really we could to know who's going to be first in line or not. That would basically be our Nclex reviewees first as our priority. Okay, but it doesn't mean that because you did not review or did not process with us, you're disqualified. Like we said, okay, we have this year, 2022, we're still accepting USRNs. Okay, that even if they have not enrolled with us for their Nclex, we're still accepting it from this year. All right, because our goal is for those Nclex applicants that need sponsorship. Of course, we're going to give the complete slot to the reviewees that we have first, and give whatever we have left to the ones that are applying that are not in the review program. Okay, so what if not currently working in bedside, then pass the Nclex? How's the chance of getting an employer?
There are two ways, as what I mentioned. If you wanted to be in the partly paid pathway, so in the partly paid pathway, guys, more or less you will be spending $7,000, including the Nclex. And then, however, once you arrive here, you will be given a reimbursement through a sign-in bonus of $5,000. So technically, you will just spend $2,000 for your entire migration, and then you are assured of 36 plus all the benefits. And then they will accept non-bedside nurses, okay? But you also have an option of going back to bedside, okay? Especially if you have already rendered at least 2 years of a bedside experience. You just have to go back to bedside, and once you're already in the bedside, then you have to apply, and then we will have you interviewed, and you already since you're already an Nclex passer, then there could be a possibility that you will be hired.
Okay. And there's another question. What if I have not even started for the Nclex processing, no eligibility yet to take the exam? Is it okay to review? Well, definitely. We do not recommend starting the review, not unless you have your ATT, because that's just a bad formula to follow right there. You know, the more it's all about consistency. The Nclex, it's all about consistency. Yes, you do need good content. You do need, test taking skills and sharpen that with the review program. But it's all about the consistency and how you prepared from the day you decided to take the Nclex until your examination day. Because you could be preparing only in the weekends, but that's just about it. You're not reading books, you're not preparing well, and you're only giving yourself like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. That's just a high risk to take. So we do recommend really building that consistency. We have a lot of our reviewees, okay, that have started with a review, even if they have not applied yet for their Nclex. We do that, and we help them in their Nclex application. Because again, it's a 6 to 8 month process. So expect that in that 6 to 8 month, while you're waiting, while you're processing, you're enjoying the unlimited Nclex review. And that's the essence of why we make this unlimited and continuous, because we want to help you in building that consistency. Okay, you could take a quick crash course for 10 days. There could be that option. It's up to you what kind of risk you're willing to take. At the end of the day, Nclex is something you need to take seriously. It's not the same as the Philippine licensure exam. It's a completely different exam to itself. All right,
I have seen a question here. I'm an Nclex passer with a total of 9 years experience, but not currently working. I resigned last July 25th this year. Any chance to get employed? Definitely, because you are not away from bedside for more than 1 year. Send your resume right away, and I'll include you in our initial interview this coming Sunday. Okay, so while I still have few slots left, okay, because I guess it's almost full for this quarter. So I have few more slots left. You can send your resume.
Yeah, so that's a good thing to know. If you're an Nclex passer and you're not working in bedside right now, it's okay if for as long as in the last 1 year, in the last calendar year, you were in a hospital setting or in a bedside setting. Or okay, if you're really not in the bedside in the last 1 year, okay, we need you to go back to the bedside. Be it like, starting, okay, or applying at the hospital again, and you're doing your orientation at the hospital right there. For as long as we present you during your interview as someone who has been a nurse for more than 2 years, an Nclex passer, and is current when it comes to bedside. That would give you a better chance of getting a job offer from the hospital. All right. So another question, Attorney Arlene, scheduled to take Nclex this January. I had a 31 years of ICU experience, but left bedside for clinical setting for over 1 year now to focus on Nclex. What can you advise? So I guess that advice is the same.
Yeah, after you pass Nclex, go back to the bedside, and that would be fine, because you have a tremendous experience already.
Yeah, so make sure to, once you pass the Nclex in January, make sure that you're already planning this well, that you're going to be going to the bedside immediately. Okay, that means going back to the hospital immediately as soon as you could, so that we could set an interview with you and the hospital employer as soon as we could as well. We don't want you to be interviewed and they're going to deem you as not qualified, but we're going to help you make sure that you are going to be at your best, okay, when you're going to be interviewed by the hospital. All right, so I am an NCLEX passer with okay, I think we answered that one right now already, Attorney Arlene. I'm working for QSA for 17 years. Right now, I'm a nursing supervisor assigned of Nursing Administration Corporate already. Do I qualify?
Sure. Yeah,
I
she
think
would
the
qualify.
employer
If you're
is
an NCLEX passer, you would certainly qualify. If you're not an NCLEX passer, you need to enroll NCLEX.
but attorney, I think she said she is an NCLEX passer, I guess. She did not say actually. But
Mhm.
if you're an NCLEX passer, definitely you're qualified. Um let me try to see and look for other questions that they have here. Right.
If no hospital experience but NCLEX passer, do you have any facility that we can apply? It is the partly paid expenses, partly paid pathway, in which you are guaranteed with $36 starting salary rate plus the weekend differential and night shift differential. It's just that at the very start you have to spend
Temporary
some
shouldered
part of
expenses.
the expenses.
But
Yes, we can.
But when you arrive in the US, the sign-on bonus, which usually goes to the agency, will not be collected by Powerhouse. It goes straight to the nurse attorney, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yes. So basically, you're shouldering for yourself, okay, at the very first part. That way to prove that you're really committed to your migration to the United
Yeah,
States.
and if we will try to calculate, so after receiving the sign-in bonus of $5,000, their only expenses in migrating here without an experience, a bedside experience, just $2,000, and that can be recovered in your first month of working.
Yeah. And if also that means that the bedside experience has been more than a year ago, partly paid is the option. Partly paid is one of the option. Or there's the other option to go back to bedside as soon as you could. That would be the other option right there. Plus, it also helps the nursing shortage of hospitals in the Philippines. So that works both ways for whatever perspective you're looking at. I'm a PH registered nurse for almost 20 years and currently assigned at critical care unit. No NCLEX and IELTS.
Start enrolling NCLEX and be with season 6, which will start in November 5th.
Right. So let me try to see. If we route for the partly paid pathway, meaning we are the one to pay for the NCLEX review and exam fees.
Yes, at the very start, but that will be deductible from the expenses. That the payments that you will be giving for your NCLEX in reviews and exam fees is deductible from the total expenses.
That's right. So, for example, if you were, for example, the things you have to pay is around, just an example, $5,000. That means the review and the processing and the exam fees itself that you incurred in the NCLEX will be deducted to that $5,000. Let's say $1,500 less to the $5,000. So that you don't really lose your money right there. Okay. Let me try to read other questions right here. If we're going to push through with a partly paid pathway, more or less, how much will you have to shoulder?
It's more or less $7,000. That includes your NCLEX and IELTS. Okay, and then as what I mentioned, once you arrive, but it has to be in staggered basis. So it has to be paid like 1 year and a half. Okay, as soon as you leave for US, and once you arrive here, then you will be given your 5,000.
So just to clarify that one, it's not collected as one time, guys. It's spaced out. For example, depending on what step of the process you are, if you're in step 2, then this will be the fee. In step 3, this will be the fees that you need to pay. And again, we're using these fees to shoulder your own expenses. It's not like it's going straight to Powerhouse. No, these are the fees that we're gonna use for your petition paper, the lawyer's fee, for example. Okay, those are where those fees are coming from. And that partly paid expenses is an opportunity for nurses that are not in bedside. Considering that a lot of our nurses right now could be in a BPO setting or in a call center setting, or it could be in the Department of Health setting in the that are working as the NDP. So there are those nurses that don't have the necessary hospital experience, And what we're providing them here, right here, is the option. Okay, a pathway. That means a good possibility right there. That means it's not completely impossible to achieve your American dream just because you don't have a hospital experience.
And then moreover, you will be working in a hospital. You will not be working in a skilled facility
That's
or
right. I forgot to stress
critical
out
care
that too,
facility,
because
just like acute care.
that's where majority of other nurses are going through in the skilled nursing facility. And again, we complain about the same thing. They're the lowest paid in the hospital, and the ratio is even just more or less the same with the Philippine ratio, because again, it's not an actual hospital, but it's a facility. So those are different things that you need to differentiate. All right. Do you consider rehab nurse working in physical therapy clinic? So for as long as you render or take care of a patient, it might not be a hospital. It could be a clinic, but again, it involves patient care right there. That would be considered as bedside. And that's the reason why we don't word it as hospital experience, because there are those bedside experience that are not necessarily in a hospital. I'm going to mention you a few. Hemodialysis centers. A lot of your hemodialysis clinics are not in a hospital setting, or like they're in a rehab clinic. So they're not in a hospital setting, but because they render bedside care, they render direct patient care, they're considered as bedside. That's why we require 2 years bedside. We don't word it as necessarily as hospital only experience. Okay. All right.
What is the approximate time frame to get our dependents once we are employed here? You can even bring your dependents in flying to the United States.
Yes.
Because this is
the application is the
EB3,
same.
this is an immigrant visa. This includes your family members.
So you're applied together in one processing, basically. They're gonna be your dependents on their processing. That means if your visa is approved, so are their visa. So if you're gonna be an immigrant, they're also an immigrant. It's just that we prefer the nurse to fly 1 month ahead of the family members so that we could really help them settle down. Okay, that way there won't be a problem when it comes to the arrival of their family members. So I think there was a question raised right there. And can applicants choose the state who will assist in that and the license endorsement? Okay, to answer that question, yes, of course, that's the reason why we're doing this presentation. You already know the state right there. Reno Behavioral Hospital, a direct heart hospital, is in Nevada. Bakersfield Behavioral Healthcare Hospital, that's in California. Okay, Methodist Children's and Main Methodist Hospital and San Antonio Behavioral Healthcare Hospital, that's here in San Antonio, Texas. You definitely have the idea, and you definitely know where you're gonna be going to, because you will be an employee and be a petitionee of those hospitals. So for example, Methodist Hospital wants to employ you and petition for you. You already know that you're gonna be going to Texas, not just Texas, but San Antonio, Texas, and that hospital that was shown to you earlier. So if you don't think you want to be part, you don't see yourself working for that hospital, then it's fine. Don't apply for the hospital and look for other hospitals that you think you want to be directly applying for based on our partnership. All right. All right. When it comes to license endorsement, we take care of that one too. So again, because we're a one-stop center, we do Nclex review, we do IELTS review, we do help you with your Nclex processing, and all the other steps necessary, just like what a staffing agency would also do, and assist their clients all the way towards their arrival here in the US.
We still have a few questions. If we will apply in a hospital setting in the Philippines, do we need to wait for 2 years for us to be able to be qualified in all expenses paid pathway already an Nclex passer? So if you worked before, just like you worked before like 1 year, and then you are working this time, you will apply, you will only need another 1 year to complete your 2 years of bedside, because you are currently working this time in the bedside. And that would also give you the enough qualification based on the USCIS requirement that you must be working at least 2 years as a nurse.
Okay, just to reword the answer and make it more clear. That means that 2 years right there is a government requirement, a US law requirement. So that 2 years might not be 2021 to 2000 to 2022. It could be 2 years of hospital experience way back 2018 to 2022. That's okay. Okay, it has to be, the government requirement is 2 years of nursing experience. But if you are an NCLEX passer, even if that 2 years was in 2018, 2017, all we're requiring is that right now, if you are back in bedside again, even let's say for a month or two, for as long as you already had that 2 years before, okay, and you are currently in bedside, then yes, you are really gonna qualify for the all expenses paid pathway. And if you're not in bedside right now, then to qualify, okay, we would need you to be back at bedside as soon as you could. But you don't have to wait for 2 years. Okay, we just need you to be officially employed in the hospital, and then that way, when we present you to the hospital, you are already qualified, okay, for the all expenses paid pathway during your interview. All right. So, when is the schedule for for Davao City? So I think Davao City at Turner Lane was when? December 15th?
Supposedly this December 16, but we
16.
are planning to move it to 15 one day earlier.
Okay, December 15 will be in Davao City. December 17, I guess, will be in
No.
Cebu, right?
No, December Cebu is 22. 22.
Okay,
Because
gotcha.
20 in Tagbilaran.
Okay, I see. All right. So yes, those are the different time frames, and you can check out our Facebook page, okay, and you would know more about that. December 15 will be in Davao, then December 20 in Bohol, December 22 in Cebu City, okay, and I think Makati is on is it on January 1st or December 31?
January
2nd. Gotcha. All right. So yeah, we'll be there with the team in the Philippines, and we look forward to seeing our applicants. As of this time, we have like 2,000 plus applicants already. But of course, again, because we are not the employers, okay, the number of nurses that we are gonna be accepting for screening is gonna be based on how much or how many nurses are our partner hospital, okay, are willing to petition from the Philippines at that time. But yeah, we definitely they're needing a lot of nurses for sure.
Okay. So for those questions which were not answered, they can PM us through Powerhouse America LLC FB page. And they can also, for those who are ready with their resume, specifically those who are NCLEX passers, send it to phamerica@gmail.com. And for those who wanted to start with their NCLEX, seeing that they can possibly enjoy the Nclex assistance program, or once the slots are given for the sponsorship, Nclex sponsorship, then they can start enrolling, or even without those sponsorship, for as long as you have this American dream, start now while the iron is hot.
And again, if you are an NCLEX passer and you are currently in bedside right now, email your resume right there in the chat box, phamericallc@gmail.com. We do have a initial screening scheduled this Sunday, so we want you to be part of that initial screening this Sunday. Okay, so please send your resume, and please do include stating there that you are an NCLEX passer. That way, we could filter out and make sure that, okay, you will be given an invite link for the screening this Sunday. All right, and I guess that's it for me, Attorney Arlene. I guess before I head out as well, thank you guys for being here today. Okay, for attending our session, and we hope we were as transparent as much as we could for you, informative, and be black and white, the pros and cons. Okay, and we were able to give you, we were able to shed some light on you when it comes to the EB3, employment-based category 3 immigrant visa for you and your family through this hybrid recruitment agency that I should call hybrid, because it's combination of like mostly from the direct hire and some of the attributes of a staffing agency. But the best thing there is we advocate for you and we advocate for your hospital employer because that is how we are supposed to do it in the right way. Attorney Arlene, any final message?
Yeah, to my colleagues in the nursing profession, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to uphold our advocacy. And as what I mentioned, our basic purpose is to invite you to work with our partner hospitals through the facilitations of Powerhouse America. By then, we can also realize our dream of helping our fellow Filipino nurses to get what is due for them. And of course, okay, by educating our fellow Filipino nurses that as much as possible, okay, they should know what are their rights. They should know what are the red flags, the pros and the cons, okay? So that when they will realize their American dream, it's really the real and the true American dream that they have been wanting for. So with that, thank you very much. And let us let's start making your American dream happen with Powerhouse America. Thank you so much, guys, and God bless us all.
Have a good noon, everyone.
The key for tomorrow is at hand.
The road to success has never been brighter than this.
If you're ready, be steady, 'cause we are Powerhouse, making a difference, 'cause we are Powerhouse, making things happen, 'cause we are Powerhouse. The power is in your hands, unleash your potential with Powerhouse. Together you and I, we let your dreams unfold.
You don't have to face the challenges alone. Hand in hand we stand, we fight for our dreams, 'cause we are Powerhouse, making a difference, 'cause we are Powerhouse, making things happen, 'cause we are Powerhouse. The power is in your hands, unleash your potential with Powerhouse. Let's make it together to the top. The future's much more brighter here.
There's no obstacle too high.
That's your future now.
So get ready, we're going to the top, to the top. Powerhouse, making a difference, 'cause we are Powerhouse, making things happen, 'cause we